Good morning, everyone. I call to order the January 25th, 2023 Planning Commission meeting. First of all, Commissioner Getzelman, could you please lead us on the Pledge of Allegiance?
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Chair. I'd be happy to. Everyone, please stand if they can. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much. Mr. Spencer, can you please take roll call?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Carrillo. Absent. Commissioner Kofelt.
Here.
Commissioner Daniels. I'm hearing some feedback. Commissioner Daniels. Absent. Commissioner Deal. Commissioner Getzelman.
Here.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
Here.
Commissioner Monsalve.
Here.
Commissioner Roberts.
Here.
Commissioner Work.
Here.
And Chair Mendoza.
Here.
You have 7 members present, which is a quorum.
Thank you, Mr. Spencer. Can you please let the public know how they can participate on today's hearing?
Yes. So we ask that only staff and the planning commissioners have their videos on during the meeting. That helps to reduce distractions and it helps with the bandwidth during the meeting. We also ask you keep yourself muted unless you're presenting. To mute and unmute yourself on the Zoom, you use the little button that looks like a microphone. To mute and unmute yourself on a mobile or landline, you can press *6. To participate during public comment, you can raise your hand by opening the reactions tab in your Zoom platform and clicking the raised hand icon. Or if you're on a phone, mobile or landline, you can raise and lower your hand by pressing *9. Another way you can participate is by sending emails to our Planning Commission hearing comments email inbox, which we monitor during the meeting. That's the email address is pchearingcomments@co.monterey.ca.us. That's PC hearing comments, all one word, at co.monterey.ca.us. And we will monitor that inbox and we will attempt to respond during the meeting to the best of our abilities. And those are my instructions for today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Spencer. This is a time set aside for public comment on anything that is not on today's agenda. If anybody wishes to participate, please raise your hand. Don't see any hands. Sarah's iPad.
Yes, hello. Thank you for this opportunity. And I am a resident of Pebble Beach, and I'm watching today and participating to support and urging you, the commission, to support the staff's recommendation for Massey Metaphor's submission. So I just wanted to share that. Is this the time to do that?
No, it is not. That is an item that's on today's agenda. This is anything that is not on today's agenda.
I'm sorry, could you say that again?
That's an item that is on today's agenda, so we would have to wait. That's when we ask for public comment on that item. That would be the time to participate on that.
Understood. I'm sorry, I misunderstood when you asked for comments. Okay, thank you.
No worries.
And Chair, it looks like Commissioner Daniels, I do see her on the list, so she may be present now.
Commissioner
I am
Daniels, are you with
present.
us?
I am here. Thank you so much.
Welcome. Thank you for joining us. All right. Do we have any electronic correspondence, Madam Clerk, public comments or anything like that?
Yes, we do have agenda additions. Distributed via email was correspondence we received from the public for agenda item number 4, PLN 100338 Signal Hill. For agenda item number 2, PLN 160401 Moss Landing. And for agenda item number 3, PLN 210276 Feather Cypress LLC. Also distributed via email was a memo from staff, an errata memo from staff for agenda item number 3, PLN 210276 Feather Cypress LLC. There was also additional correspondence distributed this morning for agenda item number 4, PLN 100338 Signal Hill. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any agenda additions, deletions, or corrections?
I'm sorry, through the chair. Those were the agenda additions, deletions, or corrections.
All righty, thank you. This is a time set aside for commissioner comments and requests. Commissioner Roberts.
I have a request, and I've noticed that, I don't know, maybe just since COVID, we haven't been receiving full-size maps or the site plans for projects. And I don't know if that's a decision that was made, internally, or if it's just not, I don't know what's happened, but in some of these projects, it would be helpful for me to be able to see a map that is a little bit bigger than an 8.5 by 11. And I mean, it doesn't have to be a full plan if it's a cost thing, or, but something bigger than what we're currently receiving.
Mr. Spencer.
Yes, I think that the solution is probably electronic, if that's acceptable to you, and we would be happy to work with you to get you the plans and information.
Unfortunately, for me, electronic is not that great. I
Okay,
would prefer to have it in paper if possible.
okay,
Thank you.
we could do that as well.
Thank you, Mr. Spencer. Do any other commissioners have any referrals? I don't see any. With that, we move over to item number 1, which is the Planning Commission referrals, the sheet. Mr. Spencer.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. We're continuing to make progress on some of those items, particularly the housing element. The board did have a public scoping meeting on the housing element yesterday. And we continue to make more incremental progress towards a number of the other things on that list. And we will be scheduling those as they're ready to come back before the Planning Commission. That's the only updates I have on the referrals.
Thank you, Mr. Spencer. Commissioners, do we have any questions for Mr. Spencer? I don't see none. We'll move on to item number 2, PLN 160401. Staff, whenever you're ready. I'm sorry, let's hold on a second. Commissioner Roberts.
Mr. Chair, I need to continue to recuse myself from this item. I previously worked for the applicant's agent, and it's been several years, and I don't think I have a conflict, but in abundance of caution, I'm going to recuse myself.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Roberts. Staff, when you're ready, you may proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Mendoza and Planning Commissioners. My name is Fiona Jensen. I am the project planner for the Moss Landing Commercial Park LLC, HCD planning file number PLN 160401. The project is located at 11500 Dolan Road, Moss Landing, and is within the North County Land Use Plan. The property, previously known as the National Refractory Site, is zoned heavy industrial and resource conservation coastal zone. This item was considered by the Planning Commission on December 7th, 2022, at which the Commission motioned to continue the item to January 11th, 2023. This additional time would allow staff to respond to questions regarding the underlying zoning district allowed uses and the general development plan. At the January 11th hearing, staff requested a continuance to today's hearing to allow additional time for the applicant to prepare necessary updates to the general development plan. Staff is now returning with a clarified general development plan, and corresponding updates to the draft resolution have been made. Since the mid-1900s until early 2000s, the subject property was used for heavy industrial uses, such as refractory use and cement production. In 2014, a general development plan was approved and allowed the existing industrial uses to continue and restricted all new uses to coastal dependent. This GDP has since expired. In 2015, commercial cannabis activities began to occur in 23 of the 34 structures. At that time, commercial cannabis activities were not an allowed use, and therefore a code enforcement case was opened. In 2018, the California Coastal Commission certified ordinance number 5299 to allow commercial cannabis activities on this site, subject to the granting of a coastal development permit. The Moss Landing Community Plan requires that this site be subject to a general development plan prior to the establishment of any new uses. Therefore, the proposed general development plan has been prepared to abate the open violation, memorialize the existing uses, and allow the establishment of additional commercial cannabis operations in 5 structures. The North County Land Use Plan and Moss Landing Community Plan limit the subject property to coastal dependent uses and commercial cannabis uses only. Therefore, many of the heavy industrial zoning district allowed uses are not appropriate for the site. Historical uses, including office space, storage, research and development, laboratories, and workshops, exist within 11 of the property's 34 structures. These are shown in blue. Some of these uses are not coastal dependent or cannabis related and are therefore considered legal nonconforming. Due to the limited uses allowed on this site, the proposed general development plan would memorialize these legal nonconforming uses and allow them to continue, but restrict them to their respective building number as detailed in Table 1 of the general development plan. This ensures that the legal nonconforming and non-coastal dependent uses do not increase in intensity or density on the site. The unpermitted commercial cannabis operation, shown in green, currently occupy 23 of the 34 structures and would also be allowed to continue. The general development plan proposes the establishment of commercial cannabis operations in 5 existing structures shown in red. These 5 structures are currently being used as industrial warehouses and storage. These 5 structures with the existing uses would result in 28 structures being utilized for commercial cannabis operations and 6 structures being used for various industrial and legal nonconforming uses. In addition to policy restricting the site to coastal dependent uses and cannabis operations, the draft initial study and mitigated negative declaration identified potentially significant impacts to water, wastewater, and traffic. As such, the proposed GDP specifies that future change of use within buildings may be allowed without the need for additional discretionary review, provided the use is consistent with the Moss Landing Community Plan, and provided there's no change in intensity relative to water, wastewater, and/or traffic. This limits any change of use to the coastal dependent uses and cannabis operations listed in the GDP. As a result, any allowed change of use would bring the property into greater conformance with applicable policies and ensure there's no significant impact to nearby roadways, public service systems, or the property's septic system. The table shown on the left and included in the draft initial study details the current uses, proposed uses, total project employee count, and associated traffic trips. If a change of use was to exceed the number of employees analyzed, the property may exceed its septic capacity and be required to connect to a public system. Additionally, Additional employees would also generate a higher water demand and result in additional traffic trips. Therefore, future change of uses shall be compared to the analysis provided in the draft initial study mitigated negative declaration to determine if there is an intensification to water, wastewater, or traffic. Although standard general development plans are utilized as long-range development plans, the proposed general development plan is only intended for interim use until such time that the Moss Landing Community Plan update is certified and/or a new and amended general development plan is submitted, which addresses redevelopment of the site. In summary, the proposed general development plan memorializes the existing historical and legal nonconforming uses, allows commercial cannabis operations in 5 structures, and allows for a limited change in tenant. Staff received 1 public comment letter prior to this hearing, raising concerns about the GDP's change in tenant language and relied upon building square footages. As addressed in the previous slide, any future change of use shall not exceed the water, wastewater, and traffic analysis detailed in the draft initial study, and HCD planning staff has confirmed that the building square footages listed in the GDP are accurate. Comments received prior to the December 7th, 2022 hearing have been addressed in the draft resolution. Staff recommends that the Planning Commission consider and adopt a mitigated negative declaration pursuant to section 15074 of the CEQA guidelines, approve a combined development permit consisting of an after-the-fact coastal development permit to clear the existing code enforcement case and allow all existing cannabis operations to continue, a coastal development permit to allow the establishment of commercial cannabis operations in 5 vacant structures, and a general development plan to allow the ongoing reuse of 6 buildings for industrial activities and the ongoing reuse of 28 buildings for commercial cannabis operations, and adopt a condition compliance and mitigation monitoring reporting plan. This concludes staff's presentation. Staff is available for questions.
Thank you, Ms. Jensen. Excellent presentation. Commissioners, do we have any questions for staff? Commissioner Daniels?
Thank you so much. And thank you, staff, for responding. And I'm glad we were able to accomplish what it looks like the commission asked for. My question is regarding the letter that we got from the friends and neighbors of Elkhorn Slough. The request about the revised language regarding water use, the intensity of water use, as well as traffic and wastewater did strike me as well when I was reading it. And I am fine with this recommended change from the intensity relative to water, wastewater, and traffic as the existing use, changing that to the amount of water use, wastewater, and traffic as the level and amount analyzed in the initial study. Is there any issues staff or council has with that change? And if not, I would really like to propose that we accept it. And then the second question is that the other question was regarding the square footage. I'm glad to see that those square footage amounts that are in the table are accurate. Is there any need for clarifying that in the GDP? I wasn't as clear about that one. And that's the only 2 questions I have at this time.
Through the chair, the language, specifically the intensification language, is listed in Monterey County Code. So it is a term that our code does utilize, but it would be the commission's discretion if they'd like to move forward with the letter's recommended language. And as for the building square footages, the general development plan was updated and did reflect the correct calculations. And there is a statement in there addressing that the previous calculations were incorrect, and through work with HCD that the correct ones are incorporated.
Thank you very, very much for that, Ms. Jensen. And if council has any thoughts on that recommended change, I'm all ears.
I did read the letter, and I think Ms. Erickson's suggested change, it does read a little more clearly. So it's up to the commission. I think either works, but I tend to agree with you, honestly. It is a little more clear.
Okay, so through the chair, we'll just wait to hear what our colleagues have to say, but I would like to recommend that at some point.
Sure, Dan. So I guess you can make the recommendation now, correct? And if
I'm
staff
happy
is
to.
okay
I
with
mean,
it-
as we go through the process of public comment and whatnot, but yes, I will do that more officially. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Kofeld?
Yes, thank you very much. I wanted to know when it refers to commercial cannabis operations, is that is there like a public dispensary that's available for people traveling through the area to stop in and make purchases at this site? I probably should know that, but I just wanted to clarify that.
Through the chair, the only allowed commercial cannabis activities would be limited to cultivation, processing, both non-volatile and volatile manufacturing, and self-distribution. There would be no retail or dispensary on site.
Okay, very good. Because I know that particular intersection with Dolan Road and Highway 1 is a traffic hazard. We've discussed that when we were discussing the Moss Landing plan, and if there were such an activity that would have people coming from the public into that, even if the entry point's on Dolan Road, they might be trying to get back onto Highway 1, and that could be just adding to hazard. So, and I appreciate the discussion of, restricted use, restricted development for the future. And then I just have one other question. We a couple years ago were working on this Moss Landing plan, and I'm just wondering, maybe it's Mr. Spencer that need to answer this, maybe council. Is there any impact that our decision has today on the Moss Landing plan that's been drafted and is supposed to be at some point finalized? I'm just curious about that.
Through the chair, the draft general development plan is consistent with the draft language that is being prepared for the Moss Landing community plan at this time.
Okay, very good.
And-
All right. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I think Fiona answered the question, and there wouldn't be any direct issue in limitations on what can be done in the Moss Landing community plan, but having permitted historic uses on the site does give them some ongoing ability to continue those uses. If through the Moss Landing plan that the desire was to change that, then there might be some need to amortize or deem those uses non-conforming. But that is not the direction that the Moss Landing community plan's headed today.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Thank you. Don't see any other hands. We'll go over to the applicant or the applicant's representative.
Good morning. This is Paul Moncrief for the applicant. I don't have much to add to what staff has put together. Only to emphasize, we do view this as an interim step. There are issues regarding the coastal dependent designation that are not to be resolved here, but will be in the future. Otherwise, we're here for questions if there are any.
Thank you, Paul. Are the conditions acceptable?
As an interim step, yes, they are.
Thank you. Commissioners, do we have any questions for Paul? Don't see any. We'll open it up for public comment. Margie Kay, we can start with you.
Thank you. My question is on the general development plan. How long is that good for as a process? I'm just curious, what happens if the cannabis growing and all the things that are being done there on the property regarding cannabis stops? So is this general development plan for a certain amount of time? Is it for ever? Is it for just while this is happening? This usage is happening. I'm just curious on that, because I have had experience with this property for many years when I was on the Land Use Advisory Committee for the coastal and other things. So I'm just curious on that, if you could answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Jessica, could we answer that?
Sure. There's no explicit timeline detailed in the general development plan, but it is limited to the activities that it is proposing. So if there was a need to change the allowed uses, then a subsequent amended GDP would have to be prepared. Additionally, that could also be reflected in the Moss Landing community plan once that is updated.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comment on this item? Let me give it a minute here. Maybe we can please check, Ms. McGuire, see if we have any electronic correspondence, public comment.
We have no electronic correspondence for this item. Thank you.
I don't see any additional hands. I'll bring it back to staff or to the commission. Commissioners, do we have anything else you'd like to add?
I would be happy to make a motion to consider and adopt a mitigated negative declaration as per the staff recommendation and approve the combined development permit as per the staff recommendation and adopt a condition compliance and mitigation and monitoring and reporting plan as per the staff recommendation. But I would like to make that one change that I had brought up earlier that came from the letter from the friends and neighbors of Elkhorn Slough to the section on future change of use within the existing buildings being as long as there is no change in the amount of water use, wastewater, and traffic as the level and amount analyzed in the initial study. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I'll second your motion with the changes that you proposed. And Mrs. Jensen, could we make those changes, please?
Yes, I will do that now.
And then once the changes are made, if we can just put them on the screen or what have you for the
Sure.
record.
Just give me 1 minute.
Absolutely. Yeah. Take two. Almost.
There we go.
Commissioner Downs, is that acceptable?
Sorry, trying to unmute. I had problems. If that looks to be exactly what was suggested. And so I have, one second, I'm just reading and I'm sorry, such as, yeah. I think
Take
it
your
looks
time.
great. Thank you.
Perfect. And I'm being the second. I second the motion. So, Mr. Spencer, can you please take a vote?
Yes, Commissioner Kofelt,
No.
Commissioner Daniels,
Yes.
has Commissioner Deal joined us? Commissioner Getzelman,
Yes.
Commissioner Gonzalez,
Yes.
Commissioner Monsalve,
No.
Commissioner Roberts is recused herself. Commissioner Work,
Yes, but I'm curious why we have no votes.
we have 1, 2 absent, 1 recused. We have 2 noes and 4 yes.
Okay.
4 is the majority of, well, it's 4. There's 8 present now,
Mr. Spencer, let me
but one
interrupt.
of them is recused.
I don't believe you completed the vote. I did not vote.
Oh, right. Commissioner Mendoza.
Yes.
Thank you for that. I had you as the second and forgot to fill in that blank. Still 4 yes, 2 no, 1 recused and 2 absent. So there are, maybe county council can help me with this. If we have
voted
8
the
present,
majority.
1 recused, do we get the majority of the voting members, or
Yes.
does the recusal count?
She's out. She recused
Okay.
herself. So it's.
So then the motion passes.
Yeah.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Thank you, Mr. Spencer. Commissioner Daniels?
Yeah, just a comment. I really respect and appreciate my colleagues' opinion so much, and especially when you're in the district where the vote, the item or the project is happening. It's really helpful in the commissioner comments if we can get some insights about, your thoughts and why you might not be supporting a project, because I think that's what we're here to do, is analyze a project. And if we're not in support of the staff report, we need to be able to share why, so we can understand your point of view. So I would really appreciate that in the future. It's very helpful.
Thank you, Commissioner Daniels. And now we move on to item PLN 210276. Staff, when you're ready.
Good morning, commissioners. Phil Angelo. Can you see my presentation all right?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. So I'm going to be presenting staff's report on the Feather Cypress project, PLN 210276. The property is located at 3256 17 Mile Drive in Pebble Beach in the Del Monte Forest Land Use Plan, and has a zoning of low density residential, 2 acres a unit with a design control overlay in the coastal zone. The project is the demolition of an existing single family home and accessory structures, and the construction of a new single family home with a detached pool house, pool, and spa. This is a site survey from 2020. In 2021, a planning permit PLN 200068 was approved to allow a remodel of the accessory dwelling unit on the west of the property. And the project today would allow demolition of the main home, this gymnasium, and these 3 sheds. This is the proposed site plan. The new home would be in the same location as the existing one here, and the pool house and pool would be located here. All development would be within the existing development footprint. These are the front and side elevations of the main home. In red is the profile of the existing home for comparison. The project is within 50 feet of a coastal bluff, so a geological report was prepared to analyze if the development would be impacted by coastal hazards, including bluff erosion and storm wave runoff. The geologist recommended a 25-foot setback from the bluff to account for bluff erosion processes over the next 75 years, which includes a safety factor to account for sea level rise accelerating historic bluff erosion. The new home and pool house adhere to this recommended setback, and all improvements are sited further away from the edge of the bluff than the existing structures. The geologist report also concluded that storm wave runup would not rise to an elevation that would impact the development over its lifetime. The Del Monte Forest Land Use Plan designates indigenous Monterey cypress habitat as environmentally sensitive habitat area. The habitat is presumed present in all areas in Figure 2A of the Land Use Plan, which includes this property, and a biological report was prepared for the project which confirmed that the site is within this sensitive habitat. Land Use Plan Policy 20 and its implementing regulations in the Monterey County Coastal Implementation Plan require that Monterey cypress habitat be protected to the maximum extent possible. In accordance with the Coastal Implementation Plan requirements, the project includes measures to protect and enhance cypress habitat values. No tree removal is proposed. All structures in hardscape have been sited entirely within the existing development footprint, and the project includes significant reductions in hardscape and restoration of sensitive habitat area, resulting in approximately 33,000 square feet of restored habitat, 14,000 of which is cypress forest habitat. The property also contains the environmentally sensitive coastal bluff scrub. An initial study was prepared which analyzed the potential of the project to impact both of these sensitive habitats and sensitive species. Mitigation measures number 1 and 2 would require protection of the cypress forest and scrub habitats through construction, and mitigation measures number 3 and 4 would require eradication of on-site invasive species, including ice plant and restoration of the sensitive habitat in accordance with a restoration plan and post-construction monitoring for a period of 5 years. Collectively, these mitigations reduce potential impacts to biological resources to a less than significant level. Policy 20 also requires that all areas outside of the approved development be placed in a conservation and scenic easement to protect cypress habitat. The scenic easement exists on the property, which was recorded in 2004 for all areas within 100 feet of the center line of 17 Mile Drive, except existing and improved development. When the ADU remodel was approved in 2021, that project was conditioned to require that the 2004 scenic easement be amended to cover the entire property, also excluding existing and approved development. The project today proposes to amend the 2021 permit by replacing that condition with a new conservation and scenic easement condition. Essentially, rather than recording an amendment from the 2021 permit and then requiring a new amendment for this permit, one easement amendment would be required that would satisfy the requirement for both projects. The project is subject to the visual resources protection policies, the Del Monte Forest Land Use Plan, the key policy of which is to protect the scenic and visual resources of the forest, requiring that new development not significantly block public views or significantly adversely affect scenic character, with specific attention given to the 17 Mile Drive corridor. The property is on 17 Mile Drive and is visible from it and Point Lobos. This is the colors and materials palette for the project. It includes limestone, bronze roofing and window frames, and a cypress soffit. Natural materials consistent with Land Use Plan Policies 52 and 53, that development harmonize with the natural setting and be designed to subordinate and blend into the environment. The substantial reduction in height and massing from the existing home also helps the project subordinate to the surrounding environment. The project does include glazing oriented toward Point Lobos, a potential source of glare and nighttime pollution. To address this, the use of non-reflective glass and automatic dimmers has been incorporated into the exterior lighting plan condition requirements. Land use plan policy 84 indicates that a minimum of 100-foot setback from the center line of 17 Mile Drive be maintained unless the project is otherwise screened by vegetation or terrain, and such vegetation or terrain be maintained or enhanced for public viewshed enhancement purposes. In this case, the development will be screened by a wood fence that runs along the property and the restored cypress habitat area. Additionally, viewshed fencing is proposed at 3 points along 17 Mile Drive, which would enhance visual access to the ocean in accordance with Land Use Plan Policy 139. The combined result is that the development is screened and further subordinated to the environment than the existing home, while visual access to the forest and ocean is maximized. The existing home was designed by George Washington Smith and constructed in 1924. Should it have retained integrity, it would have been historic as a representation of Spanish colonial revival architecture in Pebble Beach and as a notable example of his work. However, numerous alterations have materially impacted the home's integrity, such that it does not retain its ability to convey its historic significance, and it cannot be considered a historic resource. The project was referred to the Del Monte Forest Land Use Advisory Committee, who recommended approval subject to the Historic Resources Review Board finding that the property was not historical. The project was then referred to the Historic Resources Review Board, who recommended approval, finding that the property was not eligible for listing as a historic resource. The property is in an area that is highly sensitive to archaeological resources. A phase 2 archaeological report was prepared, which included subsurface auger testing near areas of the proposed development, finding only sparse marine shell fragments and some burnt animal bones. Mitigation measure number 5 and 6 are recommended, which would require cultural sensitivity training, establishment of an exclusionary fence to protect archaeological resources, and archaeological and tribal cultural monitors during grading and excavation. Together, these mitigations would reduce impacts to archaeological and tribal cultural resources to a less than significant level. Therefore, staff are recommending that the Planning Commission adopt a mitigated negative declaration, approve a combined development permit to allow the project and allow development within 750 feet of known archaeological resources within environmentally sensitive habitat and within 50 feet of a coastal bluff. Approve the minor and trivial amendment to replace the condition from PLN 200068 and adopt a mitigation monitoring and reporting plan. An errata memo was distributed yesterday afternoon that included recommended edits to the resolution. So staff are further recommending that those edits be included. And that concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Angelo. Excellent presentation. Commissioner Roberts. Commissioner Roberts, you're muted.
Thank you. I first want to say that this is such a fun project because it's the exact opposite of what we normally see. And so I want to, I guess, congratulate the applicant for, kind of taking this in a direction that gives us no reason to object to, basically. But the only question I have, and I'm not sure if it was discussed, is I happened to drive by it this week, and there's a large, I guess, concrete wall or something, giving it privacy. And I know that in the past, we were trying to move towards a fencing that had a little more visibility through it, I guess. And I remember requiring that on some other homes on 17 Mile Drive. And I'm wondering if that wall is being touched, and if it is, how it's being replaced.
So I believe I can answer that. That seat wall is being removed. It's being removed, and it would be replaced by a wood fencing the portions that are directly in front of the home are going to be a normal fence that doesn't allow visibility, while these sections here, and here are going to be a pass-through fence with this detail that that allows visibility out to the ocean.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Welcome.
Thank you. Commissioner Daniels?
Thank you. Through the chair, my question might be addressed when the applicant has a chance to speak. I actually hope that they will elaborate more on this. And this is regarding the window treatment. And because our colleague, Commissioner Deal, is not here today, I feel obliged to just ask about whether or not, even with the treatment, as the sun sets, if there will be a large reflection of the sun at any point in time that would be shining back on anywhere that's in the public view shed, like Point Lobos or other areas, or would the window treatment that's being proposed resolve that, or are there other conditions that I'm not aware of that would make it so we don't have a big spotlight certain times of the year coming off the new windows, since they are larger and different from the original house? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner Daniels. So we'll, at this point, we'll go over to the applicant's presentation.
Good morning. I'd like to, let's see if I can get a share screen going here. Just like that works. Good morning, Chair Mendoza, members of the Planning Commission. My name is Angus Jeffers. I am here on behalf of the applicant. This morning, I'm joined with Greg Warner, Walker Warner Architects, David Stoker, Stoker Lair Construction, and Laura Lawrence from my office. I'd also like to thank Phil Angelo for his help moving this project to hearing. It is a far better project with the benefit of his diligence and fresh perspective. I can also confirm that I have discussed the proposed conditions of approval with the applicant, and we find them to be both reasonable and acceptable. Commissioner Daniels, I would like to invite David Stoker at the end of my presentation to respond to your question regarding the use of non-reflective glazing and either automatic auto dimmers or automatic curtains to avoid a lighthouse effect at night or reflect high reflectivity at sunset. The project before you has been unanimously approved by the Del Monte Forest Architectural Review Board, the Del Monte Forest LUAC, and the Monterey County Historic Resources Review Board. Approval of this project will result, let's see. Approval of this project will result in a 61% reduction from existing floor area from almost 22,000 down to about 8,500 square feet. Building coverage will be reduced by about 37% from over 18,000 square feet down to about 11. The excess hard.
Mr. Jeffers, you're breaking up.
For 33,600 square feet Monterey cypress and coastal scrub habitat. Combined with the restoration opportunity from 2021, the combined reset of this parcel will yield over 50,000 square feet of habitat restoration, equivalent to 1.16 acres. I'd like to ask, can folks hear me? I'm getting internet unstable.
You're breaking up at times, Mr. Jeffers.
Okay, in that regards, I'm going to shorten up my my presentation and just say that by removal of the solid wall, we'll be opening up views that the public hasn't seen for 100 years. We are closing the fencing where it's adjacent to the house for the sake of the applicant's privacy, but we're opening it up for a length of 103 feet. Again, to open up views the public I haven't seen for 100 years. With regards to the habitat restoration, combined with the ADU approval and the and this project before you, we restore over 50,000 square feet. And I want to thank Joni Janicki Associates, our project landscape architects, Fred Ballerini, our project biologist, and Maureen Ham, our original arborist for this project. Unfortunately, Maureen passed away last year, and this will be the last restoration project forged under her very feisty guidance, which I've always appreciated. She would always tell me what I needed to hear, not what I wanted to hear. And I want to mention Maureen's passing because she was critical in amending Policy 20 to allow these sort of restoration projects to occur. She helped move us past just replantings to focus on preparing habitat for germination and regrowth. And working with the Del Monte Forest Conservancy, they were both responsible for the Crocker Grove restoration and over 5 acres of habitat restoration in the Monterey cypress habitat, which happens to be our county's most expensive real estate. And with that, I'd like to thank the applicant for pursuing a project which seeks to take down this very massive 36 feet high house that looms over 17 Mile Drive for something which better blends and is subordinate to the forest setting, willow forest to water views. And unless there are any further questions for myself, I'd like to hand this off to David Stoker to respond to the glazing question.
Thank you, Mr. Jeffers.
Yeah.
Planning commissioners and chair, this is David Stoker with Stoker and Lair, and I'll just be very brief. The glass that is being suggested to be used here, we have used in the past. It's called Luxar anti-reflective glass. You can find huge volumes of information on this on the internet. It is used all over the place in high-rise buildings in cities all over the world for the same reason that Commissioner Daniels brought up. You know, those things can become giant mirrors at night. And during the day as the sun's setting, and this is a technology that is quite common now. In addition, we'll be using an automatic shade system that comes down at night. They, by the way, even more so than Point Lobos, as the sun sets there, while it's beautiful, it's also brutal. So they will be coming down automatically based on that. And there's also a dimming system that will control the light spill. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, do we have any questions for the applicants? Commissioner Kofeld?
Yeah, just real quick. It's not really impacting my decision, but I was curious how the Bluffs handled the last superstorm we had in the recent weeks. Was there a significant impact at all?
No. Fortunately, this property, it's got a whole bunch of granite out to the ocean with very little of soft marine terrace deposits. So we did have some run up to the existing rotunda, which is far beyond the bluff setback, but nothing that created any pause of concern for where we intend to site the new house.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do any of the other commissioners have questions? Don't see any. We'll open it up to public comment. If anybody from the public has any questions or comments, please raise your hand. Jay Crossan? You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Chair Mendoza and commissioners. My name is Dr. Francis Crossan, Francis J. Crossan, actually. I wish to speak to support the Planning Department staff recommendation. I've known the applicant for over 20 years. She's a pillar of our community here in Los Altos and Palo Alto. She has an exemplary personal and professional record in our community here. I'm familiar with this property. I visited it some years ago, soon after she purchased it. It was very clear to me at the time and my wife that substantial work needed to be done. And when I spoke to the applicant some weeks ago, I was really quite taken aback to understand that this work has not been brought forward up to this period of time. My sense is that the applicant's intention here is not only to improve this property for herself and her family, but for the betterment and beautification of the community. And once again, I highly support the recommendation.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
can I clarify what this speaker, is he referring to the project? We have 2 Pebble Beach projects today. And I just want to make sure that this was meant for the one that we're currently on 17 Mile Drive versus the Signal Hill property.
Yes, I beg your pardon. I believed we were on item number 3, and that was what I was speaking to.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Do we have anybody else from the public that has any comment on this project? Just give it a minute. Ms. Pagani, do we have any electronic correspondence on public comment on this item?
We have no written correspondence for this item.
Thank you. Then we'll bring it back to the commission since we have no more public comment. Commissioners, do we have any other questions?
My big question, Chair, was answered, so I would be happy to move approval of the staff recommendation for item number 3.
I would be happy to second that motion.
Thank you. So we have a motion by Commissioner Daniels and a second by Commissioner Roberts. Mr. Spencer, can you please take a vote?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Kofeld,
Yes.
Commissioner Daniels,
Yes.
Commissioner Getzelman,
Yes.
Commissioner Gonzalez,
Yes.
Commissioner Monsalve,
Yes.
Commissioner Roberts,
Yes.
Commissioner Work,
Yes.
and Chair Mendoza.
Yes.
That motion passes.
Thank you, Mr. Spencer. And now we move on to item number 4, PLN 100338. Staff, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Chair Mendoza. Let me pull up the presentation. Whoops, wrong screen. 1 second. All right, thank you. This is Project Signal Hill LLC, PLN 100338. Presented by Mary Israel, and this is for Planning Commission decision. Can you see the full screen?
Yes, we can.
Great. So the project is located at 1170 Signal Hill Road in Pebble Beach. In the area regulated by the Del Monte Forest Area Land Use Plan. This 2.2 acre parcel is zoned LDR 1.5D, which is low density residential, 1.5 acres per unit with a design control overlay. The proposed project in summary and I encourage you to read the slide in full. But in summary, it includes the demolition of an existing single-family dwelling, which is eligible for federal listing on a historical register, and allowance of a new single-family home that was designed by another notable architect that is larger in every way. I'm hearing an echo.
Chair Mendoza, we've actually had that echo throughout the meeting. I'm not sure, but maybe just anyone who's unmuted could mute. That might be helpful.
Okay, let's do that, please.
I'm used to working in a silo a little bit, but that was an accentuation. All right, just a joke. So the proposed project requires a coastal administrative permit for demolition and construction, and due to the location requires coastal development permits for development within 100 feet of environmentally sensitive habitat, development on slopes exceeding 30%, development within 700 feet of a known archaeological resource, ridgeline development, and the removal of 3 Monterey cypress trees. The task before the commission is to decide on the demolition of the Connell House and to decide on these entitlements. I've broken them into 6 constraints, not all directly related to the entitlements, just to cover the subject of the proposed project in full. So, if you will, numbered, not necessarily in order of importance, other than number 1, historic structure. So there are policies, obviously, within county on preservation of historic resources, as well as CEQA protects historic resources. This slide shows the site plan of the project. The new dwelling is proposed in the same site as the existing dwelling, known as the Connell House, because it was designed by Richard Neutra and built for Arthur and Kathleen Connell in 1958. The house was made eligible for historical register in 2014, and therefore an environmental impact report was prepared. The EIR found historic resources impacts significant and unavoidable with 2 mitigation measures. These mitigation measures include recordation of the Connell House per the most recent guidelines of the Historic American Building Survey, and an electronic memorial in the form of a website sharing all of that with the public. And with those mitigation measures, impacts to historic resources would not be reduced to a level of insignificance. So that is why one of the action items before the Planning Commission today would be adopt a statement of overriding consideration for impacts that cannot be mitigated to less than significant level. Just to clarify, that is the one impact that cannot both, and I shouldn't say one, the 2 impacts. One is direct impact on the house, and the other one is the cumulatively considerable impact for historic resources. Those are the only ones that could not be reduced to a level of insignificance through mitigation. So, second, environmentally sensitive habitats. This is kind of complicated because we both have protection of environmentally sensitive habitats required as biological resources and also as land use plan policies. So this is bordering both the biological resources and the planning analysis for the EIR. As proposed, construction of the new residence and installation of the associated landscaping would occur within about a half-acre construction footprint. Areas that would be directly converted into the expanded footprint of the proposed residence permanently impacted would be approximately 0.11 acres direct conversion, but as let me get my mouse back on the screen. As you can see on this next image, some existing paving in other areas would be demolished and removed, and those areas would be landscaped. So that brings us to net increase approximately 0.07 acres of new impacts. So that is demonstrated by the cross-hatched area on this slide. In the staff report, staff did describe that area as degraded ESHA. It is an overarching term that is just signaling that after several staff visits to the site, we did see that most of this is open sand dune. It's also listed as open sand in the biological report for the project. And that is probably from the associated impacts with any residents in a sand dune area. So there is not like intact biological community there. And so the environmental impact report found construction of the proposed residence and adjacent landscaping would take this out. However, the ESHA would have suitable mitigation to less than significant through up to, I think, 16 mitigation measures that both restore and set into permanent conservation easement the remainder of the property, as well as all the landscaping that is proposed would comply with native drought tolerant plants. No soil would be imported, so it would have the potential to simulate full sand dune habitat again. And with this landscaping control, with on-site erosion and water controls, and with the full restoration, the ESHA impacts would be brought down to less than significant. One other point that I know I'm spending a lot of time on this slide, but one other point is this is in direct, any impacts to ESHA in the Del Monte Forest Land Use Plan is a direct conflict with the policies, both in terms of developing and impacting the ESHA, and also the requirement to have any new development subordinate and dependent on those resources. There's also impacts related to development on slopes. Land use policy guidance requires staff analyze each development proposed to include any development on slopes of 30% or greater to see if it is located in a way that better achieves the goals, policies, and objectives of the 1982 Monterey County General Plan and applicable land use plans better than other development alternatives. And in this case, because the proposed siting is as much on top of existing hardscape that is found to be accommodating as best possible from developing on slopes. And the area that would be impacted, as discussed in the staff report, is very small, and between the house and the road would be a limited area. The EIR found development on slopes could be potentially significant, but mitigatable through adherence with the geotechnical report for the project, control of runoff and erosion during construction. The fourth constraint is development within 750 feet of archaeological resources. So similarly, we have policies on archaeological resources that require an archaeological report to be prepared and any potential impacts to be avoided. The archaeological report for this site was negative for resources, but there were known resources within 750 feet. And there is excavation related to this project, as you can see from this slide from the plan set. The environmental impact report found development impacts to these resources potentially significant, but mitigatable. And the commission is quite familiar, I think, with our standard and mitigation measure level treatment of archaeological resources. And I'll just say that the mitigation measures for this project basically treat the project as if it were a positive archaeological report with on-site monitoring and cultural resources training. Fifth, we have viewshed and ridgeline. This slide shows the view from 17 Mile Drive for the existing dwelling, and this is from the EIR's key viewing area number 4 on the top. So this is a viewpoint from the base of the property when the viewer is on 17 Mile Drive looking up. On the lower portion of the slide, we see a 3-dimensional rendering of the reduced height project as it would be viewed from the same position. So the environmental impact report found the full height project to be ridgeline development, and the reduced height project, which is the project recommended by staff in the current resolution, is much less so. Even the reduced height project will increase bulk as viewed from public viewing areas at Fanshell Breach and 17 Mile Drive. It has been noted by several of the public comment letters that this is bulkier than some of the neighboring houses and definitely a larger structure than the existing structure. But to continue the presentation into this, you see the GIS map snip at the bottom of the slide shows the visually sensitive corridor along 17 Mile Drive. So the viewpoint that I was indicating is down here at the bend of 17 Mile Drive. The view shed that would be impacted is really just inside this Fanshell Beach Cove, and viewing from the other side of Signal Hill is very limited. And so before I click and cover this up, I just want to share these colors and materials because one more task for the Planning Commission is to review and approve the design approval. So here are the colors and materials for the project as presented by Lauretta and Lauretta back in 2013. The colors and materials are brown wood, beige stucco, slate roof, and stone exterior elements. So here are some current day pictures of the view. Here's the view from the Fanshell Beach of the existing developments. And this photo was taken for a site visit for the construction on this neighboring project, which will add a story to that building. And then this is from the other side. There's a parking turnout at Fanshell Beach where you can view all the houses. And I think way back in the upper corner here behind, you can see behind this 3D rendering for the proposed dwelling that was reviewed just earlier this month at the Planning Commission. You can see a little bit of the Signal Hill project. So, I did want to mention that the reduced height project would reduce impacts by design because the project alternative mitigates for ridgeline development. And when a viewer turns away from the sea and looks up, they do see a hillside now dotted with houses, including those that were granted expansions in 2022 and 2023. So staff finds that the reduced height project will be compatible with the visibility and mass of other homes that are visible in the same view shed. Our next area of concern is the tree removal. 3 Monterey cypress trees would be removed with this project. That does require a coastal development permit. And LEP findings, the LEP policy that staff is focused on is that development, including driveways, parking areas, shall be cited to minimize removal of trees, especially trees that significantly contribute to visual character of public view corridors, e.g. along 17 Mile Drive, and that screen development from public view and neighboring properties. In this case, the 3 trees that are proposed for removal are in the footprint of the house. This circle green with the black dot in the middle on the illustration from the EIR that we're showing, and the other one that's in front of the house, and the other one that's in the corner were replantings from a previous code violation on the property that was resolved through a previous planning permit. And so there would be new replantings of 7 or so trees. They're recommended through the landscaping plan that is yet to be reviewed by staff, but a preliminary one was presented with the project plans in 2013 and showed replantings behind the proposed structure. So in the EIR, tree removal is mitigatable with a Monterey cypress tree protection replacement, maintenance, and monitoring plan. CEQA requires preparation of an EIR if there's substantial evidence considering the whole record that the project may have significant effect on the environment. The county prepared the EIR because the project would demolish a historic resource. The EIR was circulated for public review from August to October 2018. There were 130 so comments on the public draft EIR. And after turnover of staff, discussions with stakeholders, COVID-19, et cetera, staff did produce a final EIR, and the Planning Commission received it for review in November of 2022. Impacts and constraints discussed in the previous slides were analyzed and feasible mitigation measures developed to address them, with 33 in all for the reduced height project. The impacts to most would be less than significant. As discussed previously, impacts to historical resources are still significant, and CEQA requires that even where a significant and unavoidable adverse impact would occur, all feasible mitigation measures shall be required to lessen the severity of the significant impact. So those are listed there. And I know this is a long presentation, but I did want to just briefly go over the project objectives that were in the EIR. The applicant established the following project objectives: remove the existing residence was number one. Construct something by the architect, Ricardo Legarreta, is the second one. Restore areas of the project site and better the Pebble Beach community through overall improvement of the property. More objectives were added by county. A long one having to do with compliance with CEQA, informing governmental decision makers, identifying ways that damage could be avoided or reduced, preventing significant avoidable damage to environment through project changes and alternatives and mitigation measures, disclosing to the public the reasons why the government agency approved the project in the manner that we chose if significant environmental effects are involved, and also ensure a planned and balanced approach to development in the area, ensure the project meets the goals of the general plan and the LCP, the Del Monte Forest Area LUP. Project objectives led to the selection of alternatives, and there were 10 alternatives that were then honed down to 5 for further assessment. Those 5 are preservation, project integration, reduced project, reduced height, and no project alternative. So preservation was found to be the environmentally superior project, mostly because it did not include impact to the historic resource. Project integration, I have kind of a marigold color because it also would integrate any new development like an addition, and thus also preserve the existing Connell House. Reduced project is the third, which would be the a new architectural plan set that would be smaller in height and bulk and sit effectively on the same development footprint. So this includes demolition of the historic resource. It is an environmentally superior alternative among those that allow demolition because it lessens impacts to ESHA, potentially to tree removal and to viewshed impacts. If this were the new entitlement, however, the applicant would need to start with a new design, and it could not be a Ricardo Legarreta design, which is one of those top project objectives, at least for the applicant, because that architect has since passed away. So they would return for project review. They would still be required to restore the remainder of the property for the mitigation measures. This alternative is socially infeasible because many other residences and additions have been permitted on 17 Mile Drive that are larger than the Connell House. And so it would be inconsistent with limitations on similarly situated properties in the area. Therefore, staff found it not to be a feasible alternative. The no project alternative is for nothing to be done on the site. It would result in no improvements or changes to current conditions since the notice of preparation. So impacts to aesthetic resources in the area and hazard impacts would increase. Significant and unavoidable impacts to historical resources would still occur under the no project alternative because of decay, dereliction on the property, and the no project alternative would result in ongoing public nuisance and hazard if not properly abated. So this is not, and then furthermore, there would not be additional temporary or permanent impacts to coastal dune ESHA, but there would also not be restoration activity. So this is not environmentally superior alternative. Staff does not recommend it. So just to get back up to preservation and talk about feasibility. There is feasibility in preservation and project integration. In terms of the environmental impact report, yes, it had been stated in the EIR that the materials could be gathered, this could be built. Given the applicant's objectives, there are economic, legal, and social considerations that are taken into account, and they are listed here. So cost is as much as demolition and new construction, resulting in a smaller house that is undesirable to the property owner. There's a structural evaluation that was added through the FEIR, and it is now Appendix F by Simpson, Gumpers, and Hager, 2016. And the applicant has expressed many times to staff that they will not reconstruct the Nutra house, the Connell house. So, and then as obviously there's their priority to complete a Legaretta design due to the notable, that being a notable internationally recognized Mexican architect of mid-century modern architecture. The only way they would be able to do that is the Full Height project, which was the project analyzed in full in the environmental impact report, because Legaretta has deceased since project design. So I hope I'm making that perfectly clear, but I will be happy to continue that discussion later. Reduced height project is shown here in one of the elevations. This is the project that's the subject of staff recommendation for entitlement. So this is the project that is the subject of your resolution. It meets most of the project objectives, which include demolition. Potential significant impacts to historical resources do occur under this alternative, resulting in those significant and unavoidable impacts that would require a statement of override consideration. Impacts to aesthetics would be less than the Full Height project, and they are actually explored in depth in the EIR, unlike other alternatives. Other impacts are similar to the Full Height project and require similar mitigation. This is technically feasible, and the Reduced Height project is a version of the Legaretta plan, modified by Legaretta and Legaretta after 2015, and Ricardo Legaretta passed away in 2011. The Historical Resources Review Board, sorry I didn't spell it out all the way on this slide, Historical Resources Review Board, reviewed the project on January 5th of this month and voted to support staff's recommended Reduced Height project. The Del Monte Forest LUAC, the Land Use Advisory Committee, reviewed the project back in November 2011, and their vote was split, and they were reviewing the Full Height project as presented, as proposed of the application. The PC received comment letters from several members of the public on this project. 5 were from neighbors and public in support of the applicant's stance, requesting support of the project, of this resolution. Satis Kadivar, as on behalf of the applicant, sent an email outlining how they feel they were treated by the neighbor and also supporting the resolution. Maureen Ruck sent an email suggesting historical resources treatment at county, should align with them across projects. We have a couple of letters from legal representatives of neighbors in support of preservation and a few other neighbors in support of preservation. There were a few agency or organizational comment letters to the Planning Commission. Hopefully you had a chance to review. The California Coastal Commission sent a letter discussing the need to update and clarify the Del Monte Forest land use plan to align with the kind of development that is happening there in residentially zoned parcels. The Pebble Beach Company sent a letter with concern that their architectural review board might, when they review it, have some problems with the size and height of and it was kind of unclear if they were discussing the fully proposed project or the reduced height project. But maybe someone is here who could clarify that, or maybe in future The review board at its review will be able to clarify that. But once again, the Alliance of Monterey Area Preservationists sent a letter to the PC in favor of preservation, and so did the California Preservation Foundation. So, as discussed, staff recommends a statement of overriding considerations be adopted, and that is for the reduced height project, because it's custom-built estate home in a setting known to support this type of development and would represent consistent application of the development policies, albeit a land use local coastal program update has not been made yet. It will permanently preserve approximately 1.67 acres of sand dune habitat and open space on the project site with long-term care. And just to try to clarify on that, that would be required with the other alternatives, but in the light of legal, economic, and social overriding considerations, staff does not expect the applicant to permanently preserve the rest of the property and to deliver that huge restoration plan if they do not get an entitlement that includes demolition. Economic benefits to county and the economy through creation of jobs, new property tax revenue through higher property valuation, through the demolition of the property of the projects that, through the demolition of the Connell House, and by granting the demolition permit, hazardous and unsafe conditions of the existing structure could be corrected. So these are the arguments for overriding considerations. Finally, the recommendation is to certify the environmental impact report, adopt that statement of overriding considerations, and approve the combined development permit for alternative 9, which is the reduced height project, and adopt a mitigation monitoring and reporting plan for the reduced height project, including 33 mitigation measures directly from the environmental impact report and some additional conditions of approval. That concludes staff's presentation. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Israel. Commissioners, do we have any questions? Commissioner Daniels?
Thank you. This is a question for staff. I have never heard the term socially infeasible before. And so I'm curious, when it was used in the presentation, it was regarding other homes in the vicinity, and whether it sounded like there was fair application of county policies. And I'm curious how that reconciles with a situation where there has been an environmental impact report identifying impacts, and how, and truly, I guess, just let's revisit that statement. Is there really an inconsistency? Are the conditions at hand all the same? And what does that really mean, that it would be socially infeasible to, it sounds like, to deny this project? Thank you.
And perhaps Mary's gonna answer that, but maybe I'll take a shot. I think, go ahead, Mary, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to cite Public Resources Code 21081A3. So that is a section of, our environmental code that requires a finding that specific economic, legal, social, technological, and other considerations, including considerations for the provision of employment opportunities for highly trained workers, make infeasible mitigation measures or alternatives identified in the environmental impact report. So that is also quoted in the guidelines verbatim in section 15091A3. And that is part of the measure as county goes through the alternatives and either accepts or finds infeasible different alternatives. So social is one of the aspects that you look at.
So, and I think as that relates to this project, we've identified that it is expensive and difficult to restore and repair the property as it exists. And so that there are certain factors that Mary just listed, economic, social, technical, legal factors that make it not the staff recommended alternatives for this particular project.
Okay. I guess where I'm having trouble is that then you jump to option 9 versus option 6, for example, in terms of some of the other factors that come into play. But I think we'll probably get into that more later, perhaps when we're discussing the EIR. I do have some other questions based on just the presentation for Ms. Israel. I'm wondering if you could revisit the slide on viewshed and ridgeline development. And my question was, I was unclear before when I was reading, is the original project that exists today, the original house, ridgeline development, or is just the new reduced size project ridgeline development? That's the picture, yeah. So it looks like the original house was not ridgeline development, or was it? And the second, the new proposed home is ridgeline development. Is that accurate?
Yes, that's accurate.
Okay. And then the third question I have is the Monterey cypress trees. I think you had said that there were 3 trees that were being removed. And I wasn't clear if the 3 trees includes the trees that were in the staff report that were already removed on the site. Are those being counted in the total of 3 trees?
Through the chair, no, they are not counted in the total of the 3 trees. There was a previous coastal development permit that was granted to resolve a code violation on tree removal. And the staff report clarifies that one of the trees, and I can try to show the slide for that if you wish. One of the trees that was in the replanting plan did fail. And so since it didn't survive, staff requested that the applicant add another tree replacement to this cypress tree management plan, and they did agree to have additional mitigation. So that the staff actually held part of the landscape bond on that previous 2014 entitled coastal development permit in order to ensure that this additional tree would be planted.
And were, through the chair, those trees that were removed initially, were those landmark trees?
I believe one of them was.
Okay, and so if you count those trees and you count the 3, are we double counting it all? Is there a replacement tree that's in the 3, or what is the total 5 trees? I just want to get clear about the building footprint and the trees that need to be removed or already have been removed for this project.
Through the chair, no, staff is not double counting trees, and
I might be double counting. I'm not
great
suggesting you're double counting at all. I'm just trying to understand how many trees, especially significant trees like landmark trees, either already have been removed or will be removed for this project.
Okay. Through the chair, the image that's shown on the screen right now is from the environmental impact report, and the trees that are indicated as existing are after the closure of the previous entitlement for coastal development permit for tree removal. Mm-hmm. So these 3 trees back here would be impacted. The trees that are shown with a circle and a black dot in the center at the time of the EIR preparation were Monterey cypress trees that had been planted for prior mitigation. So that's already closed.
So could you point out in that image, through the chair, could you point out where the other trees were that were removed in the past?
I can't. It's not on this. It was already closed. And they would have been in close proximity to the replacement planting, according to how we do our tree protection and replacement.
Okay, thank you very much. For now, that's my only questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Dales. Commissioner Monsalve.
Thank you, Chair. I think my question is also for Ms. Israel, and it's regarding mentioning in the report that there are other nearby projects already approved, and therefore this proposed project would be in line with those approved projects? Did I mishear that?
Through the chair, I can unpack some of the history, but I would point to the letter in the packet from Coastal Commission. And there's some attached emails discussing the Abercrombie project that was approved in the Asilomar Dunes complex. It increased to have ridgeline development. It increased footprint on coastal sand dune, and it had a similar structure of mitigation for environmentally sensitive habitat on-site and off-site.
Okay. So I'm sorry, did I cut you off?
No, sorry, go ahead.
Thank you. When was that project approved?
That has resolution 12047. That was approved in 2012.
Okay. And then, so that it's not actually in the same view of this project. You had an image where,
Right.
there you
This
go.
is, okay, so thank you for clarifying through the chair. The Planning
go ahead.
Commission approved project at 1152 Spyglass Hill Road. It was PLN 210192, the Yalamanchili project, and that was in 2022 with resolution 22012. Demolished some existing structure and expanded the building coverage by 400 square feet, added a swimming pool, new terraces, which brought the impervious coverage of that lot up to a total of 15%. Earlier this month, the Planning Commission approved PLN 210066 5B SMD with resolution 23001. That was the demo rebuild that we're looking at here, where the existing is shown in the site photograph on the lower left photo. That's existing. And then the proposed, you might recall, is this brown structure that is superimposed through a 3D rendering on the same site. And that was approved by the Planning Commission. That included a 3,580 square foot expansion of hardscape on sand dune habitat. It was granted the entitlement with voluntary restoration of approximately twice that area into conservation and scenic easement.
And that was in 2022.
That was 2023.
Okay, and then, so the project we're considering here now, I'm just wondering if it'd be possible to see an image showing the project that we're considering now, along with the previously approved but not yet built, so that we have an idea of how this is going to look once everything that's approved gets built. I know I'm talking about,
I can't do that on the fly through the chair.
I know, I know, but is that something that would be possible? Because if there's anything that has been approved, and then we're talking about approving something else that would affect that image on the right. Because as I look at that image on the right, this construction we're considering today, can you just point at where it would, which one it is? Up, it's a little, or am I completely off?
No.
Am I not being, am I not?
I'm not sure how to
expressing myself well
Maybe
enough?
go back.
I mean, I could pull up
you can
Google
go
Earth.
Back to that slide. Maybe you can go back to that photo we were just on.
Yeah.
Mary,
So the,
can you
which
back
photo?
up the slide there? Yeah, okay. So the one on the right here that's just popped up, Signal Hill runs from the corner of 17 Mile Drive and at its intersection near that newer home that was approved at the last, I don't know what just happened to the,
Yeah, the screen.
I don't know what happened.
There, that one. Okay.
Okay,
Okay, Mr.
so
Spencer.
yeah, there, Signal Hill runs up around a number of those structures you see behind the one that the project that's superimposed there that was approved in the last planning commission hearing by BSMD.
Yes.
And then it turns to the right and you'll see a house kind of sitting up on the hill to the right.
Yes.
And then Signal Hill continues on to where the this property is located.
Okay.
I mean, it is possible to superimpose two projects onto one, but that project that was referenced, the 5BSMD one approved this year, wasn't known at the time all the information was submitted for this project and all the EIR and everything was happening. So we don't have an image that does that because there wasn't, that was just more recent application and action. And this is shown to illustrate the view shed for the discussion of our view shed analysis. And so I think our recommendation is that the new home could be reduced in height to minimize its visual impacts on this. This is not actually a view shed. It's a photo from, oh, maybe it is. I think it's zoomed in though. There's several photos that were shown. One is from Fanshell Beach and 17 Mile Drive, looking back towards Signal Hill properties. This is the one that I was thinking of. This is looking from down on 17 Mile Drive and Fanshell Beach back up at the subject property. So the photo on the bottom is superimposed proposed design with the reduced height. The photo on the top is the existing.
Very helpful, both of you. Thank you so much. Chair, my last question, I guess, here is, first a comment. I want to make sure that we are analyzing or being consistent in how we analyze the superimposed images, because I see that we have a reduced height, but it looks much taller. So I'd like to ask why it looks so much taller than the current, the existing structure. But I also want to make sure that we are looking at everything with the same lens from project to project. So if Ms. Israel can just tell me engineering wise why the proposed project looks so much taller.
Sure,
Thank
through the chair. So
Oh, yeah.
the demolition would be of a 4,124 square foot dwelling that is kind of a split level. So, but a lot of it is built into the sand dune and is not, I don't have the floor plans, but I could just say if we were looking from the top down, it looks larger back on Signal Hill than it does from down on highway on 17 Mile Drive. And the intention of Neutro was to build into the landscape, be subordinate to the view and to the natural setting of Signal Hill. What is proposed is a project that is a new 3-level, 11,933 square foot single family residence. The full height project that was analyzed in the EIR stands another 5 feet taller than the image that is currently shown on the screen, because it had much taller, each floor had taller ceilings. But it is similarly, it's like a split level structure, but it does come out in a more pronounced way with the facade. And it's more of a statement house, if you will. It's La Garetta is also, I understand, came to the site and assessed the site and looked at blending with the natural elements, and was designing in his own lifetime, was designing for this site, according to the applicant. However, it's obviously a different construction with a different sensibility. And I can show the reduced height site plan. So here we have the structure with the way that it's built, a 3-level staggering up the dune. This is the proposed project. Now this particular one, I believe, is for the full height project. So this would be about 5 feet shorter if we got the reduced height project. And there's the proposed residence from the top down with the description as I've just given. Is that helpful?
Very, thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner Monsalve. Commissioner Roberts.
Thank you. I guess I want to start by saying that I think Commissioner Getzelman and I are the only ones here today that were part of this project when we heard it for the tree removal. And this commission and eventually the Board of Supervisors took that very seriously. And so it was interesting to me when this project came back. I really wanted to get out and see it. And I had the opportunity to see it this week. And it really helped me see it. And if for those who didn't see it, I think it probably would have been helpful for all of us to see it. The house that we approved 2 weeks ago is currently staked and flagged, so you can see the perspective of what it will look like. This one is not, the project we're working on today, it was not currently staked, but with the simulations, I think gives a pretty good idea of what it will look like. My question first is about the trees. I'm still confused about them. I was able to see the 2 trees that were replanted. One is thriving, one is not. But I believe that the permit that we were being asked to approve today requests removal of 3 different trees. And so as far as I understand, I mean, just walking around the property, the tree that is not thriving needs to be removed for the project to be built. And so my question, I guess, is can we see the map again? And is it 3 trees, including the tree that's not thriving, or is it 4 trees total? So that's my first question.
Okay, through the chair. The tree that was planted as part of the replanting plan in the previous entitlement is dead. So it is not one of the trees that is proposed for removal. It is just a dead tree.
Except that it's still on the property and was part of a very serious, conversation between the Planning Commission and Board of Supervisors about where it would be placed, about how big it would be, about, it was very specific. So I guess it seems to me that should be included as removal. And I understand that there is replanting of that tree included in the mitigations, but
right, understood. You could add another tree into the removal. Makes sense.
I think that from our perspective, there were 3 trees removed. Is that right, Mary? In the prior action, and not proposed, but the violation that occurred was removal of trees, cypress trees on the site. This was 10 years ago or more now, and that did open. It reduced screening that would have otherwise been there from the public views. And there was a lot of scrutiny around that. A restoration plan of sorts, replanting plan, was approved that required them to replace the trees near the locations where they were removed. That was approved, the trees were replanted, and during the monitoring of the survivability of those replanting trees, one of them did not survive. So that is carried forward in our proposed recommendation, that we incorporate, again, trying that replanting and monitoring to make sure that survives. In addition, the proposal before you, the actual, the home entitlements involves removal of 3 additional trees. I believe on the other side of the home, more in the backdrop of what you would be looking at from Fanshell Beach, rather than in the foreground.
Okay, because the tree in front of that image of where it says existing structure, or on the ocean side, I believe is in the development area of this proposed project. Correct? It can't be replanted in the same place.
Correct. It would not be able to be replanted in the very same place through the chair.
Okay. To me, it would be important to include that as a permit to remove it, because it was so specifically stated that that was where those trees had to go, because, you know, the concern was that the trees had been removed illegally to allow for the construction of this, and would we have approved, you know, all of that. So it would be very important to me that we, whether it's alive or dead, I mean, we have permits for, you know, trees that are diseased, and it definitely was not a healthy tree. I mean, I saw it yesterday. It's not a healthy tree in any way. And so it would be important to me to include that. The other question I have is, in the presentation, I think I definitely understand that the full height project requires a ridgeline development permit. But I thought that I heard staff say that the reduced 25-foot project alternative does not need a ridgeline development permit.
It does. Through the chair, it does require a ridgeline development permit. There is a slight ridgeline effect as analyzed in the EIR.
Okay. Okay. So regardless, we have a ridgeline development permit in question.
Correct. The image, just to further clarify, the image on the bottom of the slide that's showing right now is the reduced height project as illustrated in a ridgeline analysis that was done in the EIR in the aesthetics section. The aesthetics section looked at both the full height project and the reduced height project in a discussion of ridgeline. And so from 17 Mile Drive, it found through its analysis that there would be some ridgeline effect from either.
Okay. Okay. And then my last question for now is really the historic designation of this house. And I understand that just very recently, in the last couple of weeks, the HRRB approved demolition of this home, and they have, you know, far more experience and authority on that kind of thing than I do. Walking around it yesterday, I mean, it is unquestionably deteriorating. It's, you know, to me, it was an eyesore. I'm surprised that there's, you know, so much objection to the removal of it. I understand. I've since talked to my own friends who are architects about this, who have no relevance to this case whatsoever, just to understand the importance of this architect, and clearly is a very important and significant architect. And I saw the family members' photos of this house once it was built from their archives, and I mean, it's an incredibly gorgeous house. And so it is a shame that we have lost this significant resource. But my question for staff is, what is the standard procedure for designating a home for historic value? My concern is this did not come up until this applicant made everybody mad by removing trees. And I also was mad about those trees being removed. But I'm concerned that we are using a process to eliminate this applicant's opportunity to build on a site that she purchased. And I'm having trouble with it, I guess. And so I would like to know that how this normally occurs.
Yeah, maybe I can answer. So we don't have a comprehensive survey of properties in the unincorporated Monterey County that would indicate which properties are historic and which are not. We don't have the ability to do that, given, lack of permissions and the size of the county. So we don't know where all of the potentially historic resources are. Not only that, but the general rule, according to the national parks, is that at least 50 years needs to have passed in order to understand the context of the historic nature of a property. So there may be things that have been approved by the Planning Commission today that 50 years or more from now could be considered historic. So it's an ongoing evolution of things. When alterations are proposed that require discretionary review, the county looks to see if the structure is more than 50 years old. We also have a context statement for the Pebble Beach area, a couple other areas that we refer to, and in helping us to understand whether or not there's any statements in that context statement that give us clues about whether there is or isn't some historic considerations. And then we have the public process where neighbors have the ability to comment and bring things up during the review. So during the review of this application, it became known that the property here was designed by Richard Neutra, and in association with Mr. Neutra and his style of architecture in this particular setting, that there was a potential for it to be considered historic. Then in this case, there was a nomination made to the state historic board, I'm forgetting the exact name of it, for eligibility for listing at the national level. So there's three tiers of ability to list things. There's the county level, the state level, and the national level. Anyone can make an application to have a determination made of eligibility at the national level. At the local level, it needs to have property owner permission. And so the State Historic Review Board reviewed the nomination, not by the applicant, and determined it was eligible for listing. And that occurred after the application had been made, during review and early public involvement in the review process. I hope that helps.
It does. Thank you very much. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. Commissioner Kofelt, I noticed you had your hand up.
Yeah, the discussion we just had was something that I was going to ask about. So I think I've had my answer provided.
Perfect. Thank you, Commissioner Kofelt. And now we're going to go to the applicant's presentation.
Hi, can you hear me? This is Massey Medapore.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Okay. Yes. We want to share our screen while I'm going through my presentation. How do we do that? Can you see my screen?
We cannot.
Okay, go back to. Do you have to give us permission or share? Can you, if you see our screen, would you let me know, please?
I will do.
Okay. Share.
Chair Mendoza, maybe just clarify that it's not just clicking the share screen, but clicking the image of what you want to share after you've hit share screen.
Yeah, my screen is on my computer. I'm trying to get the Zoom to open up my screen. I'm having trouble doing that.
Ms. Betaport, can you
Okay. All right, I think I have to
forward your
go.
presentation?
Yeah, I'm gonna email the presentation, some of the pictures. And I can start my conversation while we're emailing the presentation. Who should I send it to?
You can send it to me, Massey.
To Mary?
Mary Israel. Mhm.
Yeah, we're sending it to Mary. Okay, so the house was purchased in 2004 as a tear down house 19 years ago. I met with the previous owners who were 94 years old to clearly explain my plan in purchasing their home. The house was in a very bad condition, and the owners were happy that there was a buyer who wants to demolish the house. Otherwise, they could not sell the house as is for someone to occupy. I essentially bought the land. There were no disclosures, no inspection report. I bought it as is to demolish. As a matter of fact, my real estate agent told me, do you want to go inside the house, take a look at it? I said, no, I don't need to see the house. But he says, not polite. So I said, okay, let's go inside the house. I quickly walked through and came out to say hello to the owners. Again, my intention were very, very clear to everyone involved that I was going to demolish this house. I had to find a single-story condo for the sellers in Spanish Bay and help them move. No one told me this house was historic or designed by Neutra. I know the work of architect Neutra. I would have never bought a house to demolish that was worth keeping. I never had any intention of buying a house to demolish if other people think it's worth keeping. Why didn't anyone contact me in 2004 or even 2008 when the house was 50 years old? All of the houses on my street are gradually being demolished and replaced by houses twice as large as the prior one. I immediately started a search for a world-renowned modern architect, and I hired Ricardo Legorreta. Ricardo was an amazing person and a brilliant architect. He was awarded a prestigious UIA Gold Medal in 1999 and AIA Gold Medal in 2000. Ricardo first visited the house in August 2007 when the design process began 16 years ago. The conceptual design was reviewed on site by Ricardo Legorreta on his second visit on October 2008, 15 years ago. He took samples of dune soil and plants to match colors. His vision of the design was for it to blend into the dunes environment. Ricardo Legorreta's third and final visit was on July 6, 2009. The design was originally submitted to the planning department 14 years ago. He made several large physical models, and the latest one is with the staff in the Monterey County Planning Department. Sam and Betsy Reeves visited the house, reviewed the physical model of the new house in October 2009. Sam told me that it was time for someone to tear this house down, and they said they didn't believe the house was worth keeping. They had No issue with the demolition. They made comments on 2 issues, size and location. Ricardo revised the drawing, reduced the size, moved the building to have less impact on the undeveloped area. A revised design was submitted in 2010, incorporating comments from neighbors and the planning department. We went through several iterations of design changes to get a final version that we all agreed to with the planning department, which included the following. Size, we reduced it from 15% to 12.5% FAR. Lot coverage, existing lot coverage is 7.5% and proposed is 8.5%, only expansion of 1%. Location and orientation. We limited expansion to the area that had already been developed. Massing and proportion and relief angle, which is critical to a beautiful architectural design. Height, including ridgeline study, color board, condition of approval, dune restoration, soil replacement, amount of cut and fill. We only have 700 cubic yard of export. Erosion, 30% slope. You have to remember, the only element that is in 30% slope is a driveway. And the driveway typically is excluded in the 30% because a house has to have a driveway. You have to get into your garage. I met with Pebble Beach Architecture Review Board, ARB, Margaret Layton, and she liked the design very much and guided me on color to mute the color a bit, and we incorporated her comments. We also prepared a previously disturbed area map by looking at the cut and fill of the construction of the existing house when it was built in 1958. Okay, if you look at the slide, the blue line shows the construction of 1958. We went and looked at the civil drawing, architectural drawing, and figured out exactly how much they disturbed. And then I get to that later. The yellow or beige color is what I committed in the dune landscape. We met with the Coastal Commission staff on site to brief them about the design. They provided comment, and once again, Ricardo incorporated their comments in 2011 before his passing. This was the last change we made. I remember talking to him at a hotel room, asking him to make changes. The current design itself is the last house design that Ricardo did before he passed away in December 2011. Since then, Bill Burstein continued the design process. Okay, the design of the house, the intention was to modernize, to meet building code, current building code, the current best practices as they relate to life safety. The guardrail must be 42 inch and 4 inches spacing. Existing house, the guardrail was 30 inch. The spacing was almost like 18 inch and was completely falling apart. Fire sprinkler is now code requirements. It has to be dedicated fire sprinkler, waterproofing, flashing, wind resistance, security, drainage. We designed drainage for 100-year flood, which we know how important this is after the storms this month. The structural loads have to withstand wind and seismic consideration, erosion and flood control. Material selection has to be suitable for the environment, for the element. We submitted ridgeline development in November 2011 and was reviewed with approved by the county planning department. We also submitted ESHA restoration plan, which was reviewed and agreed by all parties. Okay, so if you look at this slide in front of you, this picture is taken from Fanshell Beach, and you see no ridgeline development here. And keep that in mind, and we'll get back to that at the end of my presentation. Mary, can you change the slide, please? Mary is controlling the slide. I'm doing the talking. Yeah, yes. One more up. Yes, here, stay here. Okay, so look at my project. The lot size is 2.1 acre. ESHA restoration, I'm committing 1.67 conversion. This is very expensive, but I'm committing to it. Allowable lot coverage is 15%, existing is 7.5%, proposed 8.5%. I'm only adding 1% increase. Allowable FAR is 17.5%. Proposed FAR was 12.6%. This was in response to Sam Reeves' visit. At the time, we had larger model, and we reduced it from 15% to 12.5%. And the proposed hardscape is only 12%. Okay, so now I want to go through some history about this historical nonsense. We all respect historical resources. I'm one of those people. In 2012, I hired Anthony Kirk to do historical evaluation, which is part of the process in Monterey County when a house is over 50 years old. He concluded that it may be historical and requires further evaluation, but not making any mention of Neutra as an architect in his report. We then hired Sheila McElroy, another historian, to conduct an in-depth analysis and get a second opinion. In July 2011, Sheila McElroy determined that the house is not significant and refutes Kirk's opinion that it may be historical. I then called Anthony Kirk in March 2012, and he advised me that he was working for Lombardo on behalf of Sam Reeves. Lombardo started paying Kirk to mobilize the activists. From that day, they started mobilization from around the world. That was the beginning of the historical nomination process, which was one of their many delay tactics. Even Barbara Lampress, an architecture historian who wrote a book about Neutra, did not mention this house in her original version of the book that she wrote about Neutra. Of course, subsequently, she revised the book after receiving a call from Anthony Kirk, who was hired by my neighbor who initiated the historical registration process. I talked to Anthony Kirk, and that's what he told me. We prepared countless studies, reports, arguments, meetings, presentations, reviews to show that this house was not historic. However, Sam Reeves, through Anthony Kirk, made a recommendation or a nomination to make it eligible at the national level, which then gets automatically listed to the state. The people that do the listing do not even visit the house when I invited them. Their attitude is that it's not that big of a deal, and that does not prevent the property owner from doing anything with the property, whatever you want. It's a rubber stamp type process. They're used to dealing with people that they want their house listed. They weren't used to dealing with me, who doesn't want a house to be listed. Historic was never an issue with either Lombardo or Reeves. They just don't want me to build my house. Let me show you what I mean. Tony Lombardo visited the house in 2013 with Sam Reeves and told us that they don't care about the house. I can demolish. At the February 5th, 2013, Monterey County Board of Supervisors meeting, they made this very clear. I'm now going to, I want to play the video from the Board of Supervisors meeting. It would only take a couple of minutes. Please listen to this carefully. Mary, would you please play the video that I sent you?
All right, through the chair, it'll take me a second to pull it up. I didn't realize I needed to play it.
Okay, so while you're getting that, the video is only a minute.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm waiting for Mary to play the video.
Okay, found it.
So don't start at the beginning, start at 10145. Yeah, go to 10105. No, 1 hour, 1 hour. And 1 hour, 1 minute. Sorry. Yes, and 45 seconds, right here. Yeah.
Can you hear this?
No, we can't hear. Yes, can you bring the sound?
I am on headphones through the chair. I don't know if I can bring up sounds to be able to do this. I'll try. Didn't realize I'd be asked to.
Okay, why don't we play the video and then I can explain the audio, or I can play the audio from my other computer here. Okay, let's go. If you could just play the video, we can do audio. If you start out with.
Can anyone hear it?
And get first have the applicant come forward for any. And how much time do you think you're going to need? Not very long. I need just a few minutes. I'm not sure how many minutes Mr. Bridges needs. About 1 minute. Okay. Mr. Chair, members of the Board of Supervisors, thank you very much for this opportunity to address you on behalf of Mrs. Metaphor. I'm David Armanosco. A week ago, Monday, I met with attorney Tony Lombardo on the property site. This was after Mrs. Metaphor had suggested that we try to have a conversation with Mr. Lombardo and his client, the Reeves family. And so Mr. Lombardo graciously agreed to meet with me, even though he was somewhat under the weather that day. And we walked the property. I pointed out the ESHA line on the property. And then we saw where the staking was, where the stumps were. We then proceeded to go inside the house, and I was able to share with Mr. Lombardo the models that had been prepared previously, and then the current model of the home that is going to be proposed for the site. Mr. Lombardo took pictures of that model so that he could share them with Mr. Reeves and his family. And then after that, Mr. Lombardo contacted me and asked if it would be okay to take Mr. Reeves and Mr. Tony Ritter out on the property this past Monday. And we said absolutely, of course, and I even offered to meet him out there if he wanted to go inside the house and look at the current model. Mr. Lombardo contacted me yesterday after the Mr. Reeves and Mr. Ritter had the opportunity to walk the perimeter of the property and see where the stumps were, see the stakes that have been placed there for the Planning Commission direction. And he said that Mr. Reeves and supports the staff's recommendation. And we told him that we would also support the staff's recommendation to you. And that in that discussion, Mr. Lombardo said, well, if you support the staff's recommendation, then Mr. Reeves and his family will have no issue with the historical resources issue that will come up in the future. So we said, thank you very much. Appreciate it very much. Mr. Lombardo's taking the time to meet me out there and to also educate and share with Mr. Reeves and Mr. Ritter the layout along the perimeter of the property. So this time we do support staff's recommendation to the board. I'll now turn it over to Mr. Bridges.
Keep playing.
Keep playing.
Keep it going.
Yes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the
Yeah,
board.
what's going on?
I'm Massey Metapor, the applicant, before you this afternoon. And I just want to confirm as well and affirm, as Mr. Romanosco has explained to you, based on the agreement between the appellant and Ms. Metapor, as reported by Mr. Romanosco, Ms. Metapor is willing to accept the staff's recommendation.
Are you listening? I can't listen.
If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them. Thank you.
Mr. Lombardo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Anthony Lombardo on behalf of the appellant. Everything that David and John said is correct.
Okay, so we're done with the video. We just want to show you, Mary, you can go to the next slide, please. Okay, so as you can see, historic was never their issue. He's on the record, as you saw, at the Board of Supervisors meeting, February 5th, 2013, 10 years ago, they will not make an issue of historic. Yet, here we are today, 10 years later, and they're raising this historical nonsense to delay my project. You commissioners have a moral and legal responsibility to stop this nonsense once and for all, today and right now. Okay, Lombardo also supports ridgeline development for my neighbor's house. Mary, can you show the next slide, please? This one. Next slide. Yeah, if you make it reduced. Okay. We want a picture. Go to the next slide, please. Next. Yes, right over here. Okay, so if you look at this slide, this is the applicant that Lombardo represented. He supports ridgeline development for this house, which is on the Signal Hill Road and Pebble Beach. And you planning commissioners approved this project 2 weeks ago. This project has far greater unavoidable impact, and yet he opposes my project, which presents no ridgeline development. This photo is taken from the Fanshale Beach, the same place as the other photo that I showed for my project. In 2015, the county, I now want to move into the structural and to show you this house was dead at the beginning. In 2015, the county requested a structural evaluation. Belinda Tuluban declared that the house is unsafe and recommended it be demolished. However, HRB moved to issue a mothball plan on a house that was deemed unsafe and must be demolished. Dale Ellis from Tony Lombardo's office was dictating the text of the mothball plan to the county. It cost me an enormous amount of money, time, aggravation to implement. I was asked to remove all moldy structure and secure the house. I had to have someone live in an RV in a driveway, thinking that this was temporary. As years go by, people living in the RV cause all sorts of problems, as you can imagine. No one in the county should go through what I've been through. It's time to stop it. It took 4 years to go from public comments in October 2018 to final EIR issued in November 2022. 4 years. Monterey County was the enabler of the delay. County allowed this to happen. I would say, thank God for Eric and Mary. They've done some good work lately. I never lived in this house. Every time I visited the house, the wet conditions from slab on grade and mold were disgusting. The structural report hired by the county in October 2017 concluded that the existing structure from the original design is degraded to the extent that demolition is the only option. I'm going to quote from the county structural report in the EIR. Quote, 1, the walls do not provide adequate strength to resist specified seismic forces. 2, several of upper level walls are discontinuous. They had no floor joints, are not supported on walls below. 3, the primary lateral resistance for the building is provided by cement plaster, stucco on the exterior walls and finished plaster on the interior walls. This is not permitted for buildings exceeding 1 story in height. 4, wood framing doesn't anchor to the building foundation. 5, some framing members supported on posts and walls do not have positive connections on the posts and walls. 6, framing members on the edge of the diaphragm are not provided with continuity hardware to resist chord and drag forces. 3 walls, number 7, 3 walls of 1993 edition are supported on raised piers rather than a continuous strip footing. There is no detailing indicating positive attachment to the adjacent original structure. End of the quote. Belinda told you this in 2015 to demolish this house. Why did it take 8 years? Why did you wait 8 years? Why did you require me to go through EIR knowing full well that this house was to be demolished? I'm fighting not just to build my house, but for property rights of future owners. As you can see, the house was poorly designed and built for this environment. It has been deteriorating since the day it was built. I had no idea that my family and I would be subjected to 19 tumultuous years. The financial penalty that I had to induce for the past 19 years is beyond tolerable for no reason. Neighbors gets to enjoy his house, his children, his grandchildren, but he wants to deny me justice. This public hazard and eyesore must be raised immediately. The county waited too long and created unnecessary hardship for me and my family. You have responsibility to not extend this harassment. No person should be deprived of her property, nor shall private property be taken for public use. Provide consistency with the treatment of similarly situated properties in the vicinity. This picture in front of you shows the house that you approved 2 weeks ago. And this is a very good example of what Planning Commission approved in January 11, 2023. And this is a few houses down from my house on 17 Mile Drive. There are photos of ridgeline taken from Fanshell Beach, which is identical to the picture taken for my project. But Lombardo represents the applicant on the other project and supports the ridgeline and Escher Development. However, he represents my opposition and objects to the same photo being taken to support my project. Okay, so I just want to be clear. I support my neighbor and the project in front of you because they're modernizing their house and bringing much nicer homes to our neighborhoods. When newer homes are built, of course, they're going to be much bigger and taller. There are so many more requirements that you have to comply. You know, this soffit, for example, has to be twice as deep. Mechanical systems are far more sophisticated than those 60 years ago. So can you move to the next slide, please? I want to give them some comparison. Go up. Mary, please. Go up one more. No, is that the way? Okay, so go one more up, please. Yeah, right over here. Look at the comparison. This is 3141 17 Mile Drive, first column, and the second column is my house. Lot size, 57,000 minus 97,000. Developed square footage, okay, 15,594 minus 12,000. Percentage of lot developed, 27,000, mine 12.8 thousand. Percent. Undeveloped, they have 42,000, I have 82,000. From that undeveloped, and look at this comparison, the Escher Restoration, they are proposing 7,700. It's just nothing. What I'm proposing, 82,000. Look at these numbers next to each other. Allowable lot coverage. Theirs is 15%. Sorry, 15% is allowed. What they're proposing, 13.5%. What I'm proposing is 8.5%. And then FAR, what I'm proposing is 12.6. What they're proposing is 14.8. And landscape, hardscape, and you can see everything. I'm way below what they have. Okay. So if you look one slide up, Mary, please, one more. I think, go down, please. More. Yes, stop over here. Thank you, Mary. So you look at this picture, the green strip, that's the Escher development. What happened, all the white in between? Nothing. You will see ice plants. The yellow is expansion from the original. Look at how much you're expanding from the original. Okay, so their FAR is 14%. Allowable is 15%, but they're almost next to maximum. Okay, they expanding 30% hardscape. Okay, so And let's go to the next slide, Mary, please. Yeah, and look at this one. This is my site. Look at the restoration to the yellow area, 1.67 acres. I'm going to convert into dune landscape. I want to emphasize that because it's very, very clear. Okay, so we talked about the ridge line. Okay, so if you go to the next slide, next, please. Okay, hold on to this one. One of the commissioners asked, this is actual staking that was taken in 2012. Look at existing house and look at the addition that my house is bringing. There is no ridgeline development. The Photoshop that shows the rendering, a photographer did as part of EIR. I have no idea where he took, why he took it. But if you compare mine versus the next door neighbor, I have no ridgeline development. You can see it in the picture yourself. So let me be clear, I'm supporting both projects. Why isn't Sam Reeves supporting both projects? He supported the other project by not opposing. Why is he opposing my project? But my main point is that you need to provide consistency with the treatment of similarly situated properties in my neighborhood. Yes, Commissioner, you have the opportunity to stop this insanity now. Please adopt the staff recommendation and the resolution, which includes many conditions of approval, which are being imposed on me while not being imposed on others. But I am willing to agree to put this nightmare and torture of the last 15 years behind me. Thank you. Thank you, Mary.
Thank you, Nancy. And so all the conditions are acceptable? Massey?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, do we have any questions for the applicant? I don't see any. Would you guys like to take a 10-minute break before we continue into public comment? I think that would probably be a good idea. We've been here for quite some time. So let's do that. Let's take 10 minutes, do whatever we got to do, and we'll meet up here in 10 minutes. You're muted, Mr. Spencer.
I'm here, I'm ready when you are.
Okay, I am ready. Could you please take roll call?
Yes. Commissioner Carrillo is absent. Commissioner Kofelt.
Here.
Commissioner Daniels.
Here.
Commissioner Deal. Absent still. Commissioner Getzelman.
Here.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
Here. Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Monsalve.
Here.
Commissioner Roberts. Commissioner Roberts. I see her. She's still on the Zoom call. We'll come back to her. Commissioner Work.
Here.
Chair Mendoza.
Here.
And Commissioner Roberts.
Here, sorry, thank you.
Thank you. So all that were present have returned.
Thank you. And with that, we'll go over to public comment on this project. We're on PLN 100338. Commissioner Kofelt?
I just wanted to know if we were going to implement a time limit for the public comment.
Yes, we are. We're actually going to give the, I'm sorry.
Through the chair, I have the timer ready. How many minutes would you like for me to put it up for?
I believe we should probably do, if we can see some hands to get an idea of how many people we have for public comment, that would give us an indication. But let's do 3 minutes. I think that's pretty fair. Jay Crossan, we'll start with you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be quick. I apologize. The comments that I made on item number 3 were meant, of course, for item number 4 in support of Ms. Matapour's application and the report that you have before you. I will thank Commissioner Roberts for trying to rescue me, but I was not quite familiar with the process, and I apologize. Thank you.
That's fine. Thank you. Then we're going to go to David. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I've known Massey for decades. I admire the great architectural work she has supported. I think this is a spectacular addition to the neighborhood and will be appreciated by the neighbors and the passerby on 17 Mile Drive greatly. And I strongly hope that you approve this project. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Sarah's iPad.
Yes, thank you. I too will be brief. Just as a resident of Pebble Beach, I do strongly urge you, the commission, to support your staff's recommendation and allow Ms. Metapour to remove the existing structure that she owns so that her project can move forward. I think there are a lot of great reasons for that, and I appreciate your giving me the opportunity to share that. Thank you.
Thank you. Then we're going to go to Joel. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, Joel Panzer, also speaking in support of Ms. Metapour's project. A couple things that occur to me listening to her testimony that I agree with. I disagree with the EIR's assessment that this is a ridgeline development. There were 2 slides that Ms. Israel put up that clearly shows a bluff behind the home. So this home is situated midway down a slope. So it's clearly not ridgeline. That's one thought I had. And so the full-size home or the reduced-size home the ridgeline bearing should not have or development should not have a bearing on the commission's approval from my point of view. There was also a slide that Ms. Metapour put up that showed common public viewing area. And I had personally raised this comment with the EIR. And that assumes you're out in the ocean somewhere. You know, if you look at that at 4.1, I forget the slide number. And so 17 Mile Drive is a common public viewing area, even though it's a private road. But when you're in Fan Shell Beach, if you're not looking at the ocean, I just can't imagine anybody staring at this new residence that would be, you know, they should be looking at other things as, again, a point of view. And then I did assist Maureen Ruck in preparing her letter, and I disagree with staff's characterization in the slide she put up that it's she didn't say consistent with other treatment. It's in alignment, I think, is what she say with the other treatment. What that letter actually says is it provides 2 specific PLN file numbers. Both of those homes were pedigreed homes by noted California architects. One, George Washington Smith from Pasadena, Montecito rather, Santa Barbara, Montecito. Harry Bent Sims, Pasadena, well-regarded noted architect in California. Both of those projects got to public hearing in 13 months with a CEQA initial study mitigated negative declaration. In both cases, staff did not attach any significance to the architect. So it speaks to Ms. Metapor's commentary about the opponents, you know, radicalizing all the Nutrifans throughout the world to attack this single project. And then I do believe Ms. Metapor has been treated unfairly and has been singled out. She's a very successful business person. And I don't know why the neighbors just don't want her with a well-regarded architect designing a home on the property. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Joel. Jeff Morgan, you have 3 minutes.
Yes, I'm tuning in actually from Charlotte, North Carolina. I'm an architect here in Charlotte, and I heard about this through the North Carolina modernist architecture. Or actually, it's now throughout the United States. And I kind of tuned in just to say, you know, Nortra should be saved. I mean, but if she's true in intent.
I'm sorry, Jeff, you broke up.
If she's, you know, truthful in saying that she did not know that this was a Nortra house and everything when she bought it and you guys didn't know, you know, that's one thing. But I also just want to mention, you know, I got my high school on the National Register of Historic Places about 30 years ago. It's only 2 high schools in North Carolina that's like that. So I'm a true ardent fan of saving projects, and I've been involved in saving about 3 here in Charlotte. And my son actually lives in Los Angeles. We were just over in Silver Lake last Christmas, a year and a half ago, or 13 months ago, went to his studio, and he's truly, you know, remarkable. And, you know, you almost want to cry seeing something like this go down. But I also just want to point out that the architect that did this house, Ricardo Legrado, on the new design, he's a 2000 recipient of the American Institute of Architects Gold Medal. I don't know if you guys realize that or not. That's the most prestigious architectural award that you can win in this country. And looking at this, it should have been an issue of whether I saw this was interesting about the 5-foot margin or whatever. I mean, honestly, if you're going to let the house go, the 5 foot to me, seeing those is an
Jeff, you
really wouldn't even make a difference. You might mind. It's not going to make that big a deal, the extra 5 foot, but I'll leave that up to you guys. But like I said, I just tuned in just to fight this and say, do not let this lady tear this place down. But now, after listening to this for, you know, 45-minute presentation, I really don't have an issue with it. And she's got a world-class architect that's passed away. And I think you ought to put it on the books that 50 years from now, you guys are going to want to save this house that she's having built. So anyway, that's all I've got to say. So after listening to this, I'm in support of you guys letting her do it. And if she wants to go the extra 5 foot, that wouldn't be the end of the world. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Tony Ritters.
Yes, I have lived some distance, but I have a very clear view of this house. And for a long time, I couldn't see the house. I returned from a vacation about, I would say 12 years ago. And all of a sudden, my wife said, look, there's a house over there. And it was the Metapor house, because the house had been completely surrounded by trees, by beautiful cypress trees. And this speaks to the issue of the legacy trees, because the legacy trees completely covered the front of the house. And I looked at those diagrams, and that does not tell the story of those beautiful large cypress trees. I drove over to the house because I couldn't understand what was going on. And I had never even talked to Sam Reeves about it. I just went over to look at it. And there were these people, unlicensed people with pickup trucks, putting trees in the back of these pickup trucks. They were not licensed tree people. They were not recognized tree people. They were just people that had been hired to destroy these beautiful cypress trees. And so here's my point. What bothers me about this is that Metapor is going to get approval to build this house because she broke the law. She didn't get what all the rest of us are required to do. We have to get an arborist to say the tree is dead. We then have to get permission from Pebble Beach. We then have to go to the county and get permission from the county to allow the licensed tree people to cut down the trees. She did not do that. She didn't go through the process because she knew she would never get approval to cut down those trees. At the same time, she went in and she tampered with the dunes. She was trying to prepare. She bought the house knowing that she was going to tear down the house and she was going to remove the trees and she was going to build a bigger building site and she was going to build herself a new house, irregardless of the rules of Monterey County. And so I hope that the Planning Commission will take into consideration, if they approve this 11,000 square foot house, that she is only able to do this because she broke the law.
Thank you. Jennifer, you have 3 minutes.
Oh, thank you, commissioners. Through the chair, my name is Jennifer Rosenthal, and my firm represents Anthony Ritter, who just spoke. I submitted a letter through public comment for this project. I would like to emphasize the issues I raised in the letter and also support the analysis, the environmental analysis provided by Anthony Lombardo in his letter submitted to the commissioners that is part of this record. And in addition to what I stated in my letter, I have to bring up that it is great concern to me and my client that staff is making this recommendation of this project with significant environmental impacts because the applicant has indicated that they are not willing to consider any other alternative than to demolish and rebuild. And such statements like this is in essence setting precedent for every other applicant who comes before this hearing body and or submits a development application to HCD and allow them to go forward with their project despite any sort of CEQA guidelines or various other local and state regulatory rules because they say that they won't consider the alternatives and we may sue you. And as an attorney, we all know that there is a potential of a lawsuit and there's always the potential of neighbors being upset by a decision, but that should not at all come into play when considering the impacts of the project, the mitigation measures, and the feasibility under which the analysis and the determination is being made. And in my letter, I cited case law that deals exactly on point with the tear down of a historic mansion and the rebuild of a newer, nicer home by a famous architect. And in order to determine the economic feasibility and the social feasibility, specific facts as to the cost of either option must be part of the record and must be submitted in the application. And that was not done here. There's no facts. There's no basis for saying one is more expensive than the other. Since this architect, the new architect, is so equally as famous as the old architect, I would imagine the rebuild of the brand new build actually of a 12,000 square foot home is going to be astronomical in price. So I would ask that you follow either recommendation alternative number 1 or in the alternative number 6. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jennifer. Jeffrey Beacom, you have 3 minutes.
Yes, I just want to agree with the last 2 speakers. What I saw when I first of all, no one really was aware that there was, or very few were aware that there was a Neutra house at that site until there was a project came up in which there was the danger of it being torn down. And so the public at large didn't come forward because we weren't aware of it. But once we were made aware of it, the public came out in mass to say, this is an important building. The other thing that I wanted to say is that I first became aware of it when the large cypress trees, and they were very large cypress trees, were cut down. And right afterwards, when the dunes were bulldozed. The idea that you can get points for then restoring the dunes after you've destroyed ESHA areas is ludicrous to me. It's just like you can mitigate the loss of a building by taking photographs of what you're going to tear down. That's just not reasonable. That's just the points I wanted to make. Thank you.
Thank you. Anthony Lombardo, you have 3 minutes.
Mr. Chair, considering that my client and I were the focus of the applicant's presentation, I'd like beg your indulgence that I might have a few more minutes to respond.
Can I speak, Mr. Chair? I don't think that's allowed. Anthony Lombardo is part of the public. He should only be allowed 3 minutes. Thank you.
I would have to agree. You do have 3 minutes, just like everybody else, in all fairness.
All right, then. Sorry. Can we start? Can we start over?
Let's start the 3 minutes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To correct the misstatements by Ms. Metaphor, Mr. Kirk submitted this DPR to the state in 2010 while he was working for her. So the issue of the historicity of the house was generated by the report he prepared for Ms. Metaphor. And when it was nominated on a national basis, that was done by Mr. Kirk and Ms. Lamprecht working for AMAP, neither of which times were working for Mr. Reeves. The tree replacement that Commissioner Robertson mentioned earlier, what we didn't see on that video was Mr. Bridges standing up and showing a picture of a giant cypress tree screening the house because the county said, the Board of Supervisors said, your plan has to screen this house from 17 Mile Drive. Amazingly, that tree that was shown to provide total screening is dead now. And amazingly, it's supposed to be removed so that the house can be built exactly where the county required a replacement tree. I don't think you can ignore the requirements of a prior permit. And the tree removal, as Mr. Ritter said, was clearly done for the purposes of because of building this house, because you couldn't have gotten it otherwise. The 13-year process, just for the record, 42 months of that was the applicant going between the HRB, with the county on preparing the EIR. Mr. Ellis, could you put up the slides that we have? Can we do a share screen with Dale?
I have the slides through the chair. if we could turn off the timer, I can. There we go. Right.
Go next slide, Mary. So that's the house when it was purchased. Next slide. This is a picture of the inside of the house. It was occupied and it was rented. It was nothing unsafe, unsanitary, or anything. After it was determined that the house was historic and the applicant was told that it had to be an EIR prepared, next slide, this is what was done to the house. So there was nothing wrong with this house until the county determined that it was potentially historic and an EIR would have to be prepared. Then vandals mysteriously came with power tools and destroyed the structural integrity, as you heard previously, of the house. Next slide, please. The property was supposed to be mothballed and protected. Next slide, it wasn't. There's still a code violation. In fact, the people who were living in it illegally stole electricity from the Reeves house by plugging in an extension cord to their property when they weren't home. Next slide. There are several alternatives. Next slide. And most importantly, and this is the real issue here, if you look at the county standard, this house is supposed to be consistent and assure protection of the public view shed, neighborhood character, and visual integrity of the neighborhood. I sent you in my letter a listing of the size of the homes. Not one of them is less than are smaller than half the size of this.
Through the chair.
Yes,
That's time.
thank you, Mr. Lombardo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And please review the correspondence from Pebble Beach Company and the Coastal Commission.
Thank
This
you.
house is not consistent. Thank you.
Mr. Jeffers, you have 3 minutes.
Hi, yeah, this is Angus Jeffers. I wasn't planning to make comment, but I did want to respond to one of the commenters who referenced the prior hearing matter number 3, which did involve a George Washington Smith house. And it did get the hearing in 13 months. I just wanted to make clear for everyone, though, prior to the applicant buying that property, I hired every historian I knew to blindly and individually tour the property. And I explicitly told them, you need to tell me whether this house retains its integrity because it's a George Washington Smith. I don't want to step into it. And Kent Seavey, Seth Bergstein, Dr. Kirk, Paige and Turnbull, Meg Clovis all confirmed that no, this house has lost its integrity. Where we once had a beautiful George Washington Smith squared off hacienda that balanced Moorish and Mediterranean influences through permitted approvals in the 1980s, 90s, and so forth, we end up destroying that balance by bucket loads of Versailles and 1980s Versace. And the Historic Resource Review Board confirmed that determination. Heck, I even brought the foremost expert on George Washington Smith up to the house. The front of his coffee table book is taken from the original interior of that house. And after he toured it, he agreed there's nothing left. So I just wanted to respond to the prior comment there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jeffers. I don't see any other hands. Do we have any electronic correspondence?
Yes. Can I speak?
Yes. I did not see your hand. Yes. You have
I
3
couldn't
minutes.
I can't find the hand button, but nonetheless, I just want to say a few words. I'm Bill Bernstein. I'm the architect of record on the project. My client went through such a detailed list of how the house was designed, the numbers and everything else. I'm not going to bore everybody with that. I just want to reiterate that, first of all, I worked with Mr. Legaretta on the design of this house. It is completely his design. We are prepared to move forward with that. I also want to say, as far as the historic nature, I'm a fan of Neutra. For 2 years, both myself and Ricardo were in that house several times. We had no knowledge of this being a Neutra house, nor did it look like a Neutra house. I've been in many of them here in Los Angeles. That being said, in 1994, an addition was approved on this house, which I think is awful. But that would have been an appropriate time to identify this as a Neutra house, yet nothing was done, nothing was said about that. The addition was approved, and 10 years later, Ms. Metapour purchased the house, as she said, with the intention of building a new house. And we did not find out this was a Neutra house until we submitted it in 2010. That being said, all the arguments, we can debate whether this is one of his better pieces of work or not. The house in its current condition is unrestorable. I made these comments to the historic board a couple of weeks ago. The only thing you could possibly do is tear this house down and rebuild it as a replica, and then this does not qualify as a CEQA restoration. So that being said, the one other thing I wanted to mention, the ESHA area was not arbitrary. We hired Mike Zanda, I'm sure everybody's familiar with, a local biologist. I met with him on site with about 100 flags. We staked the actual ESHA area that he determined was undisturbed or not. We went back. I put that on our drawings. We noticed that the house was slightly bigger, so we reduced for the third time the size of the house. I want to remind everybody that this house, when we first submitted it, was 2,000 square feet bigger. We made all of these reductions. We put the house into the disturbed area only, and this was all done with Mr. Zander's approval. And we had also hired Maureen Ham to locate the trees that will now be replanted. So we took many steps in responding to the county's and the coastal and Pebble Beach's request. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, can I respond to one of the comment that Anthony Lombardo made?
I'm sorry, Massey, you will get an opportunity to respond, but let's finish. We're going to go through the public comment, and as soon as we're done with that, then at that point, I will give you an opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have an SK hand, Rosen. You have 3 minutes. SK, that's what we show on the screen. Your hand's up. I'm not getting any response.
This is Eric Lundquist, Housing Community Development. That may be Satis. I recognize those initials. Satis, is that your line there?
Yes, I'm here. Okay. So over 4 years since the draft EIR was completed, I am very excited that you can finally approve the Massey House project today. Please follow the recommendation of the staff report and the HRRB resolution and approve the demolition of the existing pile of rubble and the approval of the Massey Metapour project today. The decade-long campaign of harassment and discrimination by both a neighbor and Monterey County must come to an end. Again, it took Monterey County 4 years to go from the draft EIR to the final EIR for a single family home. Justice delayed is justice denied. Please also understand that Monterey County law prohibits this house to be considered historic because Monterey County Code 18.25.060 requires that an owner must consent. The law reflects the will of the people and sets expectations when people buy property in Monterey County. The law demonstrates that Monterey County actually respects private property rights. Indeed, without respect for property rights, the beautiful homes in Pebble Beach that you get to review would not get built in the first place. Please take your guidance from Monterey County law by respecting private property rights and approve the project. The existing house was very, very poorly designed and built from the outset, despite what Lombardo just said, and has been in a state of deterioration since it was built. The preservation activist that the neighbor has spun up into a frenzy to support his campaign used the term demolition by neglect, which is ridiculous in this instance. Here's my support for what I'm saying. The original owners over 60 years ago, these are quotes, the house turned out to be not ideally suited for the environment. 2, the airflow through the house could be as much as 1 or 2 knots despite all windows and doors being closed. 3, the house leaked somewhere in every rainstorm. As you know, there have been quite a few rainstorms at this location over the last 60 years. In addition, the entire notion that this property is a significant historical resource is actually a bit of revisionist history. Sheila McElroy, an architectural historian from Circa Historic Property Development, wrote an elaborate report which disputes the house as being historic and calls into question whether Neutra himself even designed the house. As we know from the original property owners, that he never actually even visited the house. It seems it may have been actually John Blanton from Neutra's office that designed the house. The details are all in the EIR. And the house, whoever did design it, went through a significant remodel in 1993, and therefore that alone undermines any so-called historical integrity. Please adopt a resolution to approve Massey's project and begin to make reparations for 13 years of injustice. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any more hands. Therefore, we'll bring it back to the commission. Actually, we're going to give Mrs. Massey an opportunity to respond to any of the comments if she wishes to.
Okay, so Mary, would you please put that article or the paper that I emailed you? Anthony Lombardo made a comment that they did not initiate the historical nomination. And I point to this letter. Why is he lying? Okay, so in this letter, this is October 15, 2010. This is Anthony Kirk prepared this. If you go to the next page, this is the report that he prepared for Anthony Lombardo. Okay, so flip to the next page, please. See, this is the report that Anthony Kirk prepared for Anthony Lombardo to go through all of the effort, what we've done, try to refute Sheila McElroy, Bill Bernstein, everybody I hired. I hired 5 architecture historians to look at this house, and they all said this is not historic. This is what I'm trying to say, that this was the start of their campaign. He paid for it. I don't lie. I have everything that I said, I have a documentation to back up. He lied before you that he would not make an issue of historic, as you saw at the Board of Supervisors meeting. And then he lied another one, saying that what I said was not correct. This is Anthony Kirk preparing a report for Lombardo. Why would you go and hire my historian? Because I want to talk to Anthony. I said, well, wait a second. Can you come and see the house and elaborate for me why you're saying this house is historical? Because I have 5 other people say no. And he said, Massey, I cannot work for you because I now work for your neighbor. And this is the evidence. This is what I have to go through for 20 years. Thank you. Thank you, Mary.
Thank you. We'll bring it back to the commission. Commissioner Daniels.
Thank you. I have a question and then I have some comments. The question has to do with the Coastal Commission letter, which hasn't come up very much in this conversation. And if I heard Ms. Israel correctly, she said that in regards to the impacts to ESHA, this project is in direct conflict with the Del Monte Forest land use plan. And I'm wondering how that reconciles with the Coastal Commission letter and whether or not we expect that there'll be from that letter an appeal to this project, if it's approved here today.
Craig, would you like to speak to that?
Yes.
I can attempt to address that. I also was hoping to get a moment for staff response to some comments on a number of the public testimony, but let's start with Commissioner Daniels' question. I think Mary probably is better to respond to that since it were her words, but my understanding of it is the Coastal Act and our certified local coastal program, the Del Monte Forest Land Use Plan and its coastal implementation plan, prohibit non-resource dependent uses in environmentally sensitive habitat. That is the basic policy. There is a recognition in the Coastal Commission letter that this area was subdivided and zoned for residential use and has been built for residential use. At least some portions of this Signal Hill sand dune habitat have been, residentially developed and zoned since prior to the Coastal Act. So the fact that it is residential is somewhat in conflict with what is now the policies that attempt to avoid having that type of conflict in that habitat. Given that it is residential, there are policies that require us to limit and to minimize and avoid, to the extent feasible, impacts, and we're required to ensure that it doesn't negatively affect the long-term maintenance of the habitat. So we have a situation where the residential use that has been established is not in question, but that part of it is in conflict with what would be the current regulations, but that's long past. And so we have development within 100 feet of environmentally sensitive habitat, or in this case, within environmentally sensitive habitat, that we're attempting to minimize and mitigate for. And so we've gone through that process. And then, Mr. Chair, if there's an opportunity, there were some comments on ridgeline development, some facts and reasoning on costs and circumstances surrounding preservation or redevelopment of the home, and some comments about consent to listing of historic properties that might be worth responding to if you would allow staff the time to do that.
Yes, I think that's a good idea.
Mr. Chair, could I add one thing that I'd love for staff to also comment on that wasn't just on that list in their comments?
Absolutely. Yes, please do.
We did discuss the cypress trees that were cut down, and we did have a conversation, but in the public comment, two other things came up. Dune destruction, that it sounded like may have been done by the applicant, as well as the home being vandalized. If you could comment on what that was about, that would be very helpful to me.
Sure.
Yes.
Go ahead. So I have reviewed the file that was related to the code violation and the resolution that cleared it. I think that there was a little mischaracterization of the dune impacts. From what I see in the record at county, it was a little disturbance that seemed to be related to residential use. There was no evidence of bulldozing. Yes, there was tree removal. And as we do with following the code, we resolve code violations through after the fact permits. And then generally, out of fairness, we do not treat people who come for subsequent permits, in the shadow of previously resolved code cases.
Yeah. So
what else could I say on that? Go ahead.
I might, so going out on a limb here, I think a lot of the delays and consternation around this have involved some things that happened without permits along the way. Tree removal being one of them, and vandalism being another. So the accusation of vandalism I think starting with the tree removal, there were some trees removed without permits from the county. Not assigning blame or not knowing what was known about requirements for tree removal or what the intent was. The trees were removed and the county required restoration of those. And we do want to ensure that that is not something that folks, that anyone in the public, would do intentionally. And there are fines associated with that. There's time lost in the permitting, and there's restoration requirements. And so we've gone through some of that, and at this point in time, that has been done, except that the tree replanting that was required by the restoration didn't meet the survivability test. And so we are requiring that some trees be replanted and that survivability be continued to address that tree removal issue. And we would want that tree replacement to be in front of the home near where it was taken out. If the home is approved today, obviously that would be a little bit further down the hill, and it would be part of the landscape and restoration plans that are required by condition. The dune destruction, I don't know that we had any violation specific to that. I think the idea was that the applicant had attempted to identify areas that were previously graded for the building pad for the existing structure. So not just the footprint of the existing structure, but the pad and the amount of dirt that was kind of moved to create a level space to build the house on, and calling that disturbed because of that historic grading and trying to stay within that footprint. I'm not sure of any specifics regarding their modification to the vegetation or the topography beyond that, beyond the, trying to identify the historic footprint of disturbance on that site. And the vandalism, that occurred there after the home was deemed historic. There was an incident that involved the cutting of structural portions of the home. The studs in the walls were cut, and that did affect the structural integrity of the home. That was addressed through a separate effort to address that violation. And that resulted in the mothballing plan as well as temporary shoring measures. So the home had to be propped up by temporary structural shoring, basically framing within the home that supported the house because it's no longer being supported by its exterior walls. There was never any evidence to support one way or another what the reasons were or who did that. So that has been dealt with through mothballing and through the temporary shoring measures that have been required to be in place to help maintain what's there, given what's there now. So the vandalism, I think, because this project started before that vandalism occurred, we're looking at the EIR assumed that the project had some integrity, but given what has happened there has made it physically and financially more difficult to actually rebuild or restore what was the original structure. And so much of what is now would need to be replaced. Not all of it, but some of it would need to be replaced because its structure isn't sufficient. You would need to take down those walls and rebuild them. And so that's part of what factored in. I see Mary has her hand up, so I'll stop talking now.
Thank you. Sorry, I just, I have done quite a bit of research into, although I didn't have it all in front of me, but I did research the two issues when I heard a couple of remarks about them here. You know, PLN 100418 is the project that cleared the code violation CE 090788. And that did require there was removal of 2 landmark Monterey cypress trees and significant pruning of 3 other Monterey cypress trees and sand dune degradation. So it required for remediation. I just want to clarify that there was the replanting plan, and then there was also sand dune restoration area that was as large as 2,500 square feet that made up, and that dune restoration was completed and has been fully restored. The point taken about one of the trees didn't survive that had been replanted for that. And the other thing is the applicant brought up in her presentation that the mothball plan was, we were accused of that being directed by Dale Ellis, I believe. And I just want to clarify for the record, as has been discussed openly in the Historic Resources Review Board quite a few times in 2022. We went back through the history of that. The HRB had reviewed a mothball plan on several occasions in 2015. After the dwelling was damaged, they made recommendations on remedial actions, and they approved the mothball plan through resolution number 15 CP 01861. Signal Hill LLC, that's all in our records through county. And that made the recommendations to the building official to approve the mothball protection plan for the property. And that included weatherization and stabilization improvements. And it was updated again in 2017, but the requirements for the structure and the maintenance thereof continue with the mothball operation until it's terminated by another action or a permit. So, yeah.
I stand corrected. I wasn't aware of the dune restoration portion, so thank you for adding that.
Thank you. Commissioner Roberts?
I still had some comments.
Okay, go ahead, Commissioner Downs.
You can go for it. I was waiting for Mr. Spencer to finish if he was going to address the other stuff from the public comment, if that was it.
I'd be happy to, Mr. Chair. I'll keep it
yes.
brief. I think I've gone through some of what is the existing situation, and so given that the home needs to be substantially rebuilt in portions, the preservation alternative would be similar to new construction in terms of the effort in cost and construction to new construction. You would end up tearing down a large portion of the home to rebuild it, and the Secretary of Interior standards and the treatment of historic properties discourage replicating historic resources. There are portions of the home that can be preserved and then integrated into the home, but given where we're at and the designs that we have proposed and the amount of reconstruction that would need to take place, that would not likely retain the historic character of the home. So those were two of the alternatives. Mary maybe has more information than I do. But the cost and effort relative to that are somewhat they're common sense almost, that because there would be a requirement to rebuild a large portion based on the information we have about the structural integrity of the home as it exists and the level of effort we believe would be required to rebuild or reconstruct portions of that home or integrate it into a home. On the ridgeline issue, we have policies that are specific to ridgeline that say if there is a potential that a home sits on a ridge and silhouettes against the sky, then we need to do an analysis, and then we have to determine whether or not it's potentially significant effect on the visual impacts. Separate and related to that, we have policies of the Del Monte Forest Land Use Plan that protect view sheds from 17 Mile Drive and from common public viewing areas like the turnout just, I guess, southwest of Fanshell Beach. There's a turnout that is a parking area at Fanshell Beach. The real views are really towards the ocean, but the home could be visible from those locations. And so, you know, we're trying to help protect those views from those common public viewing areas, 17 Mile Drive, Fanshell Beach, and that turnout that's specifically identified. That's related to, but not specifically in the ridgeline issue. So ridgeline requires an entitlement and specific findings. The view shed requires consistency with the Del Monte Forest Land Use Plan. And finally, there was a comment about local regulations requiring consent to determine something historic. That's not the case. The case is it requires consent in order to list it on the Monterey County Register of Historic Resources, not to consider or determine something historic for the purposes of environmental review or decision-making. This property is not listed on the Monterey County Register of Historic Resources and would not be without the consent of the property owner. But that doesn't mean that it isn't defined as a historic resource because it was determined eligible prior to the vandalism by the State Historic Resources Board, State Historic Preservation Officer, to be eligible for listing, which then by definition makes it a historic resource for environmental review purposes. And that can be something that the commission factors into the considerations, although the situation now has changed since that time.
And Chair Mendoza, I can wait till after Commissioner Roberts. I only have comments at this point.
That would be fine. Actually, if you'd like to continue, I think that would be the correct thing to do since you were ready.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you, Chair. I realize I'm coming in late to this conversation in terms of being a newer commissioner. And I definitely hear the stress and the experience having been very difficult for the applicant. I heard that came through. And I know it sounds like she and many people are ready for a decision to be made today. And this is before us, and I think that's absolutely appropriate that this applicant gets some determination today. I'm extremely uncomfortable by this project, and I'm uncomfortable because one, I heard a legal threat to us today in the communication, and that is not acceptable. I don't think that is the way we do business here. And I feel like what's being presented to us is all within the context of a lot of damage that has been done to a property. We can't go back in time and know what the applicant knew or did not know, what the previous owners said or did not say as to whether or not this house was, whether or not they knew the house was a historical resource. But I think that's taken us down a rabbit hole that actually is separate from, I think, what I'm feeling today about this project. We don't get to move our projects forward by either altering a property or allowing a property to be altered in a way that makes that project more viable. And that seems to be what's happened in this case. And that just makes me really uncomfortable. So if my colleagues are going to move forward and pursue an approval, I think that looking at the EIR, I think having an EIR is a context that's very different from any of the other projects that at least have happened since I've been on this commission that are in the neighboring vicinity. If folks are going to move forward with the approval, I think we need to pull up those the statement of overriding considerations and really review them to ensure that they have satisfied the findings that staff has made and are presenting to us today. But as it stands, I really do not think I can support the staff recommendation for option number 9 and would be able to consider 6 or 1, but not 9 at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Daniels. Commissioner Roberts.
Thank you. I have a question similar to Commissioner Daniels about the Coastal Commission letter, and I think we kind of touched on it. But what I read in the letter that came yesterday seems to be more of a policy objective overall for the Pebble Beach area, and I'm hopeful that staff adds that to our list of considerations for the future, and it clearly would be helpful in a situation like this. I have a question also about, we're still on the trees. On this application requires a Monterey cypress tree plan, and one of the requirements, it states that they're required to provide 36-inch box Monterey cypress trees. And I'm just curious if Ms. Israel was pulling up the previous code enforcement violations, what were required, what was the size that was required at that time of the trees? And maybe if somebody's looking that up right now, the other question I have is, Mr. Spencer suggested that these trees would be planted in similar areas, and I did read that throughout the EIR. And I don't think we have a landscape plan in front of us or a proposal of where those trees would be. Is that something that's done at staff discretion? Is that something that comes back, or how is that? Because it would be important to me. Commissioner Daniels' emotional response to this project is exactly the way I felt when we first heard this project 10 years ago. I mean, it sticks in my mind, this project from 10 years, because it was such a violation to me with that tree removal. And it still bothers me. But what I've wrestled with in the last couple of weeks as this project has been approaching and as I've been reading the EIR is, would I have voted to remove these trees today had they not been damaged or removed? And I don't know. I don't know what I would have done. My gut leans towards that I probably wouldn't have if it were possible to have reconstructed a house in the existing footprint. And so that makes me uncomfortable, but at the same time, I also am not positive. If this project had returned a year after the trees had tried to be replanted, yeah, it would have been a hard no for me. I mean, I feel like the punishment has fit the crime at this point. And so I'm leaning towards making this the best project that we can make it and allowing this project to move forward. The other thing I think we all are probably aware of, regardless of how this commission decides today, it's going to go to the Board of Supervisors, potentially the Coastal Commission, 12 other places. So it would be important to me as a commission to make our best decision today, regardless of the outcome, so that this can proceed to wherever it may end up next. And so I guess going back to the question about the cypress tree plan, I'm curious to know what was required at that time, and if this is similar.
Okay, through the chair, this is the project planner, Mary Israel. The restoration plan for PLN 100418 to resolve the code violation included planting of replacement trees, Monterey cypress, minimum 48-inch box size, and the trees were to be located to the west and southwest of the existing residence. So the difference between that and the EIR, I like Commissioner Daniel said, I'm pretty late to this, and I was not staff at county when the EIR was prepared. I'm not sure why it was just 36-inch, but I would assume that it went to the arborist's recommendation in the arborist report that is the underlying document.
I don't know, maybe county council can help with this, but to me, it would be important that the replacements would also be 48 inches. Having, like I said, been out there yesterday, one of those trees is beautifully thriving, and I was actually excited to see
Can I comment?
how healthy it was. Unfortunately, I think I'll let the chair respond, I guess.
Massey, right now it's the commissioner. So let us have our discussion. Then at that point, if they have any questions for you, we'll get back to you.
Thank you.
So I think that it would be important to me to see the 48 inches. And I personally would like to know where those trees were being planted, and so that I mean, if they're on the property, I guess that, I guess that works, but if we don't know, then I guess we don't know.
So through the chair, the draft landscape plan is so dated, and it doesn't get specifically called to attention in the mitigation measure for Monterey cypress tree, planting and maintenance plan. Had a really long name, but it's not specifically called out. So I would think that would be a newly prepared plan outlining everything from where they're going to be planted, what size, and if the commission wants to recommend something larger, staff can make sure that that plan incorporates, more trees or larger trees. And then it has a monitoring plan and ongoing maintenance. It's going to be, I think, just from biological background, it is difficult to water a sapling tree on a sand dune while also paying attention to the need to not have any extra water that would damage the environmentally sensitive habitat area. So it needs to be pretty comprehensively developed so that it protects both resources.
Okay, I'll defer to other commissioners. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Roberts. Commissioner Kofeld.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted especially to commend Ms. Israel for an excellent job navigating a very contentious and complex project. I think she's done a good job. There's a lot of pieces to this. I think the staff has come up with a reasonable project that addresses concerns. It also allows the project to move forward. I think the HRRB's decision is influential here with regards to the historical piece of it. Regarding the ridgeline development and viewshed impact, I guess in a weird sense, I kind of I don't see the issue on 17 Mile Drive. As somebody who tours that area occasionally, beautiful homes are actually part of the attraction. Obviously, the number one attraction is this coast and the beaches and the view of the ocean. But I guess from your different point of view, you can look at those homes as an eyesore, or you can look at them as something that is a object of delight, maybe even something that you covet for yourself someday. But anyway, I guess to me the positioning of the home on a hillside is not as significant, even though I understand county's policies about ridgeline development. So that's, I guess, where I come in and probably will support this project.
Thank you, Commissioner Colfeld. Commissioner Getzelman? Commissioner Getzelman?
My apologies, Chair. I forgot to unmute. My apologies.
That's all, I couldn't hear you.
Ever since I received the packet and reading through this and cogitating over this project, I have not been able, and all through the testimony today, I have not been able to shake the feeling that somehow we're being coerced into approving this project. I mean, there's a lot of factors that could be involved. It could be, as someone pointed out, the fact that all these things happen to this house that make it unlivable. But it just seems like circumstances have conspired, or we're being coerced. And that's a feeling I just can't get over. I would have absolutely no problem, honestly, tearing down this house. I think that is probably a foregone conclusion. I do have problems with more than doubling the size of the house that was there. I think back to the project we just did the last time we met, where they, I'm not sure it was in this area or not, but it was someplace on the peninsula, where they built a house. I'm not sure if it was the same size or a little bit larger, a little bit smaller, but basically right on the footprint, and we had no problem at all with it. And that's what I would be totally in favor of. And in fact, I agree with Commissioner Roberts. This project, because of the people we've heard from today, the odds are more than likely it will end up in front of the Board of Supervisors. So my feeling would be that we just deny this project as it's presented by staff, and that we let the process play out, whether that be that the applicant redesigns the project and makes it smaller and fits in the footprint, and we go, boy, that's great, or whether it goes to the Board of Supervisors the way it is right now and let the political process play out. But I cannot support the project as it's written. I cannot support the staff's proposition as stated. So that would be my position on the project.
Thank you. Mr. Spencer?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just really briefly, in making the statement about the cost for reconstruction, I do want to make mention that, you know, my role as Chief of Planning has over the past 18 or so years has given me some exposure to that as well as some information online about the typical costs of remodeling and reconstruction versus new build. Sometimes more expensive, sometimes slightly less expensive, but not a large difference between the two. And in conversations with our chief of building, as well as my past life, experience before becoming a planner with the county in construction itself, to kind of respond a little bit to Commissioner Getzelman, although he wasn't asking a question, it was a statement. There's been some comments made about alternatives 1 or 6 of the EIR. Alternative 1, just for clarity, is the preservation alternative. Alternative 6 would be a reduced project alternative, not necessarily historic preservation. So I bring that up as a clarification in case the commission decides to go that direction.
And I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other commissioner comments? Commissioner Roberts?
Sorry, if that's another commissioner with their hand raised on the iPhone, I'm happy to let somebody else go first.
I'm not sure that is a commissioner. There's an iPhone hand up.
I'm wondering if it's Commissioner Monsalve, or maybe that was Commissioner Getzelman.
Commissioner Getzelman's up there on.
It's not Commissioner Monsalve.
Okay, let's
Not me.
guess.
Okay.
It might, hello, this is Commissioner Gonzalez. It might be me. My internet went down and then I had to start again. So I know I raised
It's
my
definitely you.
hand, but it doesn't have my name. Might be me.
Okay. It is you. So did you have your hand up? Would you like to speak? Believe not. Commissioner Monsalve?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I realize I do have comments and usually I stay quiet, but I would like to share my thoughts. I think that there is strong emotion on both sides of the argument, and I appreciate the presentations by everyone, including the applicant and the public. I feel that without the context of the history that the project has gone through, looking at it with my new eyes and considering other projects that we have reviewed and considered, I feel more comfortable approving the project. And I do feel a little bit pushed toward denying the project by other parties with arguments that I just don't feel apply today to this. And my only concern with approval would be for the trees, the dead tree that was part of a previous approval. And I'm sure that there are measures in place to monitor the success of trees that are required to be planted as part of an approval, and what happened with that follow through, and what is the requirement of that approval, that previous approval, with regard to a failed tree. And do we need to incorporate that follow-up into this approval, or does the previous approval address that failed tree? So that's where I stand with this decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Monsalve. Commissioner Roberts?
Okay, I'll try again. I'm still wrestling with this project, and I have to say that the other, in addition to thinking about whether I would have approved trees if this was the first time we were seeing it, the other thing I've tried to think about is if this project came to us having had no history, how would I have seen it? So in thinking of that, the historic aspect of this house is very important to me. However, I feel like we have heard from the people who have much more experience and knowledge than me. The Historic Resources Review Board is okay with this house being torn down in the condition it is. Having walked around it yesterday, it's in horrific condition. It is an eyesore at this point. And you know, I was honestly very surprised to see it in the condition that it's in, whether it happened intentionally, whether it did. The point is it is not in good condition. I believe that there is a figure in the environmental impact report that suggests that it would cost $7 million to rehabilitate this house to a historic, significantly house sitting there. Like if that was the choice that the homeowner made. And so I don't know. We have approved, there have been several projects that we have approved almost unanimously at this commission recently that I've been really surprised by, to be honest, without a lot of controversy, without a lot of, I mean, the project 2 weeks ago, if you guys drive by that pole flagging and staking, the colors look like in the simulation that it's going to blend really well, but just driving by, it looks like, oh, wow, that's a pretty significant difference compared to what's there right now. The house below this proposed lot is enormous, and it's in some of those pictures. It's one story, but it's enormous and it's white and it's very visual. And I don't know. So I really am wrestling. I believe that I will support this project today with some modifications to the requirements for trees. I would like the trees to be the same sizes that were required in the removal cases. And by the time it makes it to the next level, I would like, there to be a landscape plan so that people have an opportunity to see exactly where those trees are going to be planted. So my thing is saying my internet is unstable now too, so I'm not sure if this is all coming through, but this is a very difficult project for me. And I think, unfortunately, for the applicant and for the community and for all of us, that it started in a really negative way. And so it's hard to get past that. But if it hadn't started that way, I don't know. I don't know that we would be giving it this much attention, to be honest.
Thank you, Commissioner Roberts. Well, now I guess it would be my turn to have a take on the project. I agree with everything that's been said in reference to the size of the house, the location of the house, or what have you. It's just entitlements. The person that owns this property, Ms. Massey, has the same entitlement as everybody else in reference to building a house there. The trees that were removed a long time ago, that was addressed then. So I think we almost have to look at it as a new project, just like we would any other project in the area. In reference to restoration of some of those dunes, she's doing more than a lot of the other people have on projects that we have approved. Footprint in reference to the new house and the house that is there now, I don't see much more footprint to what that was already disturbed in the past. As far as the way it blends into the side of the hill, they're using colors that are not a sort of, just like you basically said, Commissioner Roberts, the house that was just approved 2 weeks ago, it's a massive home on top of that hill. So I think it doesn't blend in as well as this other home does. So I'm in support of this project. Furthermore, the house that's going to be demolished, I believe it had some work done, some remodel work. So we don't know how much of it was remodeled in the past in comparison to what integrity of the original home is still there. That's another question I had. And a question I do have for Ms. Israel: how many trees total will they be planting if this home was to be approved today for the trees that are being removed?
Right now, it's 3 trees being formally removed by the project. So that's a 2-to-1 replacement, and that's 6 trees. And then it's true, there are many ways to have approached further remediation for the previously planted tree that's dead. Staff withheld part of the landscape bond and rolled that into this mitigation measure for an additional 1 tree for the 1-to-1 replacement that was required in the previous project. That can be called out as part of the entitlement. That's fine, but as it's written right now, it is just part of the cypress tree planting plan.
Thank you, Ms. Israel. Now, I'm wondering if we ask the applicant to plant 12 Monterey cypress on 48-inch box cypress trees, Monterey cypress, if she would be okay with that, and if the commission would feel much better in reference to the trees that are being replaced. That's just a question I have. So with it, Commissioner Roberts, I know that's something that was brought up by you a couple different times. Would that make you feel better about the project?
I think it would help me going forward. I think it's a 2-to-1 ratio and there's 3 trees. So I think it would be 6, a replacement of 6. But if we're adding I would also prefer to see that we have a permit that removes 3 trees plus the dead tree that was for replacement. So a total of 4 trees included in the permit for removal with a replacement. Well, the thing currently says 2-to-1 ratio, but if it was previously 1-to-1 for the,
Well, if it was the 4 removed and if she went to 3-to-1, would that make you feel better about the project? And I think also the success would be better. I guess it's a difficult environment out there.
that property up, I am not an arborist or, biologist.
I ain't either.
And so I don't know that property could support that many trees up there. I think that might be more the issue, and I would leave that to a professional.
Thank you. Ms. Israel, I seen your hand up.
I was just going to say the same thing that Commissioner Roberts said. The balance of ESHA, which is a coastal scrub habitat and is the dominant habitat for this area. If you look at any Google Earth image, the trees are really located just at the top. I
Okay.
would recommend making, a decision outside of an arborist's recommendation. If we are going to include one more tree in this entitlement, then I think it would require a 2-to-1 replacement like the rest of them, right? So
Correct.
that would be 8 trees instead of 7.
Thank you. Mr. Spencer?
That was just a clarification, what Mary just said. By my count, it was 7 with 3 trees being replaced 2-to-1 and 1 tree that was planted prior, but hasn't survived being replaced. So that would be 7. And I think she just said 8 would be, she explained that. So that was it. That was my only question.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Work?
Thank you.
Commissioner?
Yes, can you hear me all right?
Yes, I can.
I just a couple comments. We got a scratch pad of notes here, but I was just regarding the trees. I'm a proponent of trees also, but I also know that I was thinking about the location. If maybe there's an offsite location that if they replaced them would be a better option because of the dunes, and noticing from the picture of the tree line, it's higher up the hill than below. And real quick on the ridge line thing, I'm a stickler for ridge lines, and but we're also in a subdivision that was designed for homes. We have one down here that was not designed for homes, and so I don't see it as much of an issue in a area that's designed for homes. And I agree that most people will be looking to the coast versus the homes, but I agree with the other councilman about I kind of like seeing those fancy homes when I drive through there. And then the whole old historic thing, if I might be mistaken, but I believe in 2018, the national parks took down a Dutra structure at Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. So maybe the national don't see it the same way as the locals. And I'm also going to say that I'm in favor of the project. That's it.
Thank you, Commissioner Work. Any other commissioner comments or a motion? Commissioner Kofelt?
As has been noted already, this will move on to the next phase of interaction, but I think it's time to get a decision. So I'm going to go ahead and make a motion to move the recommendation of staff to certify the Signal Hill LLC environmental impact report, adopt a statement of overriding considerations, approve combined development permit with the understanding of the numbers of trees to be replaced as appropriate with the one dead tree. I don't know how that needs to be worded. And then finally adopt a mitigation monitoring and reporting plan.
Thank you, Commissioner Kofelt. Mr. Spencer?
Yeah, just on the trees, there's been some discussion about the number and the location. So I think there's been 7, which would be replacement of the 3 trees proposed for removal on a 2-to-1 basis, plus replacement of the 1 tree that didn't survive, or 8, and then the location being either behind the existing house or in front to provide screening. That was going to be part of the landscape plan, but if the commission wants to specify, we'd be happy to help clarify the number and location in the replacement requirement.
Yes. Go for it. Help us.
Commissioner Monsalve?
Thank you, Chair. I was going to second the motion with the correction if the commissioner making the motion was agreeable to that edit to increase the trees or make it specific that it would be the 8, I believe Ms. Israel said, and as well to address the preferred location.
Yep, I'm good with it.
And I'm happy to
Perfect.
second that.
Thank you, Commissioner Monsalve. Commissioner Gonzalez?
Yes, thank you. Yes, I been listening to all the information that was being presented, and in support and against. And I think one of the pieces is that I did read the Coastal Commission letter, and I don't think the Coastal Commission letter in any way says they approve or oppose the project. I think in the second paragraph, there was a word that says however. So anyways, in hearing all this, I just don't know how this thing has been brought along so far. So I'm going to be supporting the project. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Gonzalez. Commissioner Roberts?
I just want to clarify with the makers of the motion, does that include a 48-inch replacement versus a 36-inch replacement?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Perfect. Is that Ms. Israel?
Sorry, I believe that Craig Spencer was asking for specification of location. I don't have anything in the motion on that. It would be helpful if you do have a will for that, or if you're going to leave it to the cypress tree protection planting plan.
I just, for clarification, my understanding was that the 48-inch replacement tree should go in between the home and Fanchel Beach view shed, because that's where it was before. I don't know about the other 7. I think that would be something to work with biologists and forester on, potentially as part of the landscape and replacement plan requirement.
Correct. Yeah, because I guess there will be a landscaping plan submitted and that needs to be approved, correct? So that would be the time to address that. Correct? And so I believe the changes from 36-inch to 48-inch. So I believe we need to ask the applicant if she's acceptable to that, correct?
Can I talk?
We just need to know if it's okay to switch the box trees from 36 inches to 48 inches, if you're okay with that.
I'm okay with it, and I want to make one comment. The plan before was to plant 48-inch boxes, and we did that. They both failed. They died. And the arborist at that time recommended that 48-inch boxes are likely not to survive. 36-inch boxes survive better and faster. We planted those trees for Amy's, or one of the commissioners said, we planted twice. It's not that it died, I didn't replace it. I replaced them. and we also put protection. So I will go along with whatever you would like me to do, 48-inch, but I recommend for you to refer it to arborists because 48-inch, they don't survive. I don't want to go through the same thing, replant them 3 times.
Thank you, Massey. And that is correct. I had heard that in the past, that the smaller the tree, the better chance of survival it has. But whatever the commissioners would like to do.
Can I ask Ms. Metapor a question?
Yes, please do.
I'm just curious if she knows with the tree that is thriving right now, was that a 36-inch or a 48-inch replant?
Okay, so let me go again. So first we planted 2 each 48-inch boxes. They failed. We planted again 2 48-inch boxes. They failed. We put protection, wind protection there, which was very, very expensive. And then the last go around, the arborist told me, she said, I'm not going to do it again. I said, what do you want to do? She said 36-inch. She put 36-inch. One of the 36-inch survived. The other 36-inch, the issue is the location. Location has fungus, and that's why the previous Talit died. I didn't cut it. So that was the issue that I had all along. So that location is not suitable. Again, I'm not the arborist. I will go whatever arborist says. Whatever you commissioners want me to do, I'll do it.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I think what I'd like to do is leave it at 48 inches. And if between now and someone appeals it, maybe a biologist can testify as to what they would prefer in the plan.
Great idea. We'll do that. So that, I think after that, we're ready for a vote. So we have a motion by Commissioner Kofeld and a second by Commissioner Monsalve. Mr. Spencer, can you please take a vote?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Kofeld?
Yes.
Commissioner Daniels?
No.
Commissioner Getzelman?
No.
Commissioner Gonzalez?
Yes.
Commissioner
Yes.
Monsalve?
Yes, so what it is it's a website.
Sorry, did you call for Commissioner Monsalve's vote?
I did.
Yes.
Commissioner Roberts?
Yes.
Commissioner Work?
Yes.
Chair Mendoza?
Yes.
Motion passes 2 absent, 2 no. And 6 yes.
Thank you. And it is 1:20. Do we want to take a lunch or should we just continue over to our next item?
I believe that these items will be quick.
Yeah,
Okay, what?
Chair, I'm sorry, it should be quick. I do have a quick PowerPoint and some commissioners requested more information on this subject. So it's really up to you all if you want to take a quick lunch or a quick break, or just have me go into it.
I want to have you go into it.
Okay,
Let's do
let's
that.
do it. All right, let me just share my screen and get set up. Oh, I had it ready. Give me 1 minute. I'm sorry.
Take 2.
Okay. All right, I'm hoping you all see my screen. Are you all seeing my screen?
Yes, we are.
Great. All right, so like I said, this hopefully short PowerPoint and discussion concerns recent changes to the Brown Act and specifically the ability of commissioners and other legislative body members to attend meetings remotely. So this slide covers the Brown Act rules prior to the COVID-19 pandemic. This was the only way a legislative body member could participate remotely prior to 2020. And I want to be clear, these rules existed before the pandemic, and they exist now, and they exist into the future. So under these traditional Brown Act rules, a legislative body member can attend a meeting remotely if all these strict requirements are met. All votes must be taken by roll call vote. A quorum of the members must participate from locations within Monterey County. And at each remote location, the address of that location must be listed on the agenda. An agenda must be posted at that location. The location must be accessible to the public, including those with disabilities. And at that location, the member must offer the opportunity for public comment. So in March of 2020, the governor proclaimed an emergency and he issued an executive order that waived the Brown Act requirements for meeting in person. And there were specific requirements in that executive order, but that executive order was later superseded by Assembly Bill 361 in September of 2021. And you're all familiar with this Assembly Bill because these are the findings that you've been making for months now. There's specific requirements. All votes have to be taken by roll call vote. And every 30 days after the meeting, a majority of the members must make the findings that you have been making. And those are, there continues to exist an active state of emergency, state or local health officers recommend social distancing, and the body reconsidered the circumstances of the emergency. And that's what you've been doing. So this slide covers the other requirements of AB 361, as you can see on those bullets. Importantly, AB 361 is only effective through the end of this year, and then it sunsets. And most likely before then, Governor Newsom has indicated that he'll terminate the COVID-19 state of emergency at the end of February 2023. So once and if the governor does that, AB 361 will be inoperative unless another emergency arises. So in September of last year, the governor signed AB 2449 into law, and it became effective the beginning of this year. AB 2449 incorporates the traditional teleconferencing rules under the Brown Act that I covered on my first slide and all the AB 361 rules. So it's traditional AB 361 and then these new rules, which I'll go into in just a minute. AB 2449 adds new exceptions that allows members to appear remotely. These two exceptions are called within the Assembly Bill the just cause and emergency circumstances. I'll go over both, but there's some rules that apply to both regardless of which exception applies. To meet both exceptions, a quorum must be in a single location within the jurisdiction, and that location must be accessible by the public. Again, all votes have to be by roll call vote, and public must be able to participate remotely. Additionally, to meet both just cause and the emergency circumstances exceptions, the meeting must be broadcasted, and the meeting must end if internet or telephone access is interrupted. The members must participate with both audio and visual technology enabled if possible. And remote members must identify anyone 18 or over in the room with the remote member and the relationship of that person that's in the room. So in addition to what I just covered, this slide covers what needs to occur for a member to appear remotely using the just cause exception. Members must notify the legislative body as soon as possible and provide a general description of the circumstances, which may include care of a family member, contagious illness, physical or mental disability, or official business travel for the legislative body or another state or local agency. For just cause, the body does not need to vote on the exception. This particular exception may only be used twice a year per member. This slide covers the emergency circumstances exception. This applies to physical or family medical emergencies that prevent the member from attending in person. There's no need to disclose specifics about the medical condition. In order to use this exception, the member must notify the body as soon as possible and include a general description of the issue. Unlike the just cause exception, for this one, the board must vote on this exception in order for the participant to attend remotely. Lastly, under AB 249, remote participation by an individual member is limited to not more than 3 consecutive months or 20% of all meetings in a calendar year. This is in addition to the just cause requirement of only 2 per year per member. And AB 2449 expires January 1st of 2024. So the bottom line is, I think these slides cover using the new provisions of 2449. There's a lot of specific requirements and different requirements for each exception. So moving forward, what I would recommend to the commission, if someone wants to appear remotely, the easiest and most straightforward way to go about that would be to rely on the traditional Brown Act rules that I covered at the very beginning of this. Basically, your address gets listed in the agenda, your location's open to the public and accessible, and the other rules that I went into. If certain things come up that a family emergency or the other criteria that fell within just cause or emergency circumstances, the commissioner can contact me and we can respond as necessary if you don't want to fall back on the traditional Brown Act rules. Let me just check my notes. That is all I have. I'm sorry I barreled through that, but I know everyone's ready to eat, including me. I also do have a kind of it's a chart which I could share screen or I could share with you separately that covers all of that in a different form that may be more understandable because it compares what the rules are under each remote conferencing scheme. So if anyone would like that, I'd be happy to provide it. So I wanted to provide that information to you. And if you all would like to discuss how you want to approach this when and if the governor retracts his proclamation of emergency, we can do that today.
Sounds great. Thank you, Kelly. Commissioner Daniels?
Just real quick, the traditional Brown Act rules, if one were to follow those, is there a limit to how many times you can utilize that rule?
No, there's no limit.
Thank you. Commissioner Getzelman?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So, Ms. Dunlin, as it stands right now, then we have February that we can still meet remotely, and then we would have, if nothing changes, we would have to be in person the first meeting in March. Is that what we're up against right now?
If the governor retracts the proclamation of emergency, the answer is yes. However, an option available to you, and that's what you can all discuss today, is you can fall back on the traditional Brown Act rules and appear from wherever you are, but post your address and all the other criteria I discussed. Or if certain items come up that fall under the just cause or emergency exceptions, we can work through that and make sure we're meeting those rules if you want to meet remotely.
Okay, well, I was just trying to plan for the future, but so we're assuming, I mean, is your best guess that governor will let that expire and that we will be meeting in person in March?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Thank you. Do we have any other commissioner questions? Yes. Commissioner Roberts?
Are we deciding today what we're doing in February? Is that part of this?
No, like I said, I wanted to make sure you all were clear on the rules and had the opportunity to ask questions. In February, you will be covered under AB 361. because the emergency is still in effect. However, if you all want to talk about how you want to handle after the proclamation's lifted, you can if you'd like.
Well,
If
don't
there's
we have,
certain commissioners that want to rely on traditional Brown Act rules, you could discuss that today, or it could come up later.
I just was curious, we haven't yet voted to meet remotely for February, have we? I think we only did for January.
You made your findings at our last meeting in January, so at the next meeting in February, those will be before you, the AB 361 findings, for probably
Okay.
the last time.
Except that we would already be meeting remotely when we made those findings.
Correct.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner Roberts. So I guess just to understand, Kelly, if we were to go to the original Browns Act, we would actually have to list the address where we would be
Correct.
for that meeting. Is that correct?
Correct.
So basically, our home address would have to come up, and then furthermore, it would have to be open to the public.
Correct.
Doesn't sound like that good of an idea, but it's just my opinion.
Unless you had another facility open to you.
Okay.
Yeah.
All righty. As long as they bring the snacks, I guess we'll be all right. Do we have any other questions, Commissioner Roberts?
In the past with the old Brown Act, is it the kind of thing that has the county set up? Is there a community center somewhere, the library that has been used? For example, when Commissioner Deal was potentially trapped in Big Sur because of landslides and stuff, is there something that has been set up in the past that we are able to use? So it is in our home address that the public is welcome to.
I'm not aware offhand, but that's something we can certainly look into. I know the supervisors have discussed this, and I think the thought is for certain meetings, their district office may be where they attend remotely, and they'll list all that information. But on specifics for you all, that's something we could look into. I don't know offhand.
Thank you.
I'm not aware of any times prior to AB 361 and the emergency proclamation where commissioners did participate remotely. Typically, if they couldn't make it, they were just absent from the in-person meetings. But there might have been occasion that I wasn't involved in, but I'm not aware of any.
Thank you, Mr. Spencer. Commissioner Daniels?
Yes, I may have missed this portion of what you had just said, and I'm sorry if I did, but if we at the point in time when we go back to just regular Brown Act rules, and in the past, just FYI, where I've seen it is where there's somebody who's on a commission or a council and they have perhaps a death in the family or something, and they have to go out of town, but they don't want to miss the meeting. They publish that out of town address. Usually no one from Monterey County comes, and at least it allows them to still participate. But my question is, what are we going to do and when are we going to decide about the remote capabilities of the public? Is that something we're considering allowing? Because we have increased the opportunity for the public to really interact with our body via, Zoom. Is that something that's part of this same conversation, or is it something different?
I think it can be had during this conversation, and I don't want to speak for staff, but I think the thought is that the public will be allowed to continue remotely because it has increased participation and ease. Looks like Eric has his hand raised.
Thank you, if I may, Chair. Yeah, to answer that question, we definitely want to encourage public participation, and we have gotten great engagement through the Zoom platform. So we'd like to continue to do that. I would also like to add that we're looking at having the Planning Commission meetings here at the Schilling Place building at 1441 Schilling Place on the first floor for a couple different reasons. One, it provides opportunity for staff to be present and not having to sit over at 168 Alisal waiting for their particular items to come up. So it's more productive for staff to be here where their offices are and workstations. The other is that the board of the chambers, board of supervisors offices will be going through some renovations and they'll be closed for a period of time. And so there's some conflict with scheduling alternative space, i.e. the Monterey room there at the government center. So we're headed in that direction. It may not be for the first few meetings that are in person, but we do hope to eventually have the planning commission meetings here at Chilling Place, and like any input that you might have on that.
Yeah, I think I'd just add that, you know, we're heading towards in-person meetings in March. So if the commission decides in February not to meet remotely, that would be accelerating our time frame and complicate that particular component of things.
Sounds great. Anybody else have any comments? So I guess it looks like, for my opinion, I think in March, I guess we'll go back to in-person, correct? Do we need to vote on it, or what do we need to do? What would be the next step?
You don't need to vote. I just wanted to give you the opportunity to discuss it.
Okay,
I guess also I want to be clear that if things do come up once we're back in person and you do have an issue and want to use one of these exceptions because something came up, definitely contact me and we can put things in motion so that you can appear remotely, meeting those criteria.
sounds great, Kelly. So I don't know if, just so we're all the same page, should we maybe vote on going back to in-person in March? Because I'd hate to be the voice just of all the commissioners. Do you think that would be a good idea? Vote in reference to, just so we are,
Yeah.
so we're all on the same page. So I think that's what we'll do. Going back to in-person, I guess, would be a yes, and then no would be just continue remotely. So I would say yes, and then we'll go to the next commissioner, Commissioner Colfelt.
Oh, I just want to know if we have to receive public comment on this particular item.
We do. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll open it up to public comment before we do that. Anybody from the public wishes to participate, please raise your hand. And Ms. Magallon, we can also check to see if we have any electronic correspondence.
Through the chair, we have no electronic correspondence for this item. Thank you.
Thank you, and I don't see any hands raised, so I think we're good. We'll bring it back to the commission.
So Chair Mendoza, when you said your expectation is, or you're asking the commission if everyone agrees to appear in person, that will be for the first meeting in March?
That is correct. Commissioner Roberts?
I'm all for meeting in person. I've missed you guys.
Same here. And myself included, I'm for meeting in person. Commissioner Colfelt?
Yep, I'm for meeting in person as well.
Commissioner Daniels?
Yes. In person.
Thank you. Commissioner Gettleman?
Me too.
Perfect. Commissioner Work?
Yes, look forward to meeting you all.
Thank you. Commissioner Monsalve?
Yes, as well.
Thank you. Commissioner Gonzalez? I don't see you. I believe that is it. I don't think he's with us any longer. I think we lost him.
Don't see his name on the attendee.
No, he's definitely gone. All righty. So that's where we're at. Do we have anything else that we need to take care of today?
I think it was just the department report item, and I will not go into it since I think we're ready to be done.
Correct. As far, one last thing, as far as appointing the new chair and the vice chair, when will we be doing that?
It is scheduled to be voted on February 8th, I believe, first meeting in February. And
Perfect.
We've arranged to have a subcommittee meeting to be prepared for that February 8th decision.
Thank you. You're awesome.
It was
Alrighty, well. Commissioner Work.
Yeah, I think I just got a email, February 1st, we're meeting for the nominating committee. I think that's right.
So
Okay,
thank you
perfect.
to our staff.
Okay, perfect. I want to thank everybody for today's participation and thank everybody so much. I really, really appreciate it. And you all have a great day and thank you for giving me the opportunity to be chair. I
Thank
really
you, Chair.
appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank
Chair.
you.
Wow.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Downs.